thing. And then hello, everybody. Hostrone here, back at the Asmodee Game Center in Roseville, Minnesota for the 2022 second edition North American Continentals. Thank you for joining us. We're about to begin round 2. Oh, wait, what about round 1? Well, I guess it turns out that everybody has a bye. Technically, we have 8 buys, and then we only had 1 player without a bye. So congratulations to Keith Rupp on your non-earned bye by default. So just for the lulz, for all of you watching at home and scoring at home, I did enter myself into this tournament. I also had an earned bye, and then I immediately dropped after the first round so I can get my foil and not mess with the even numbered pairings. So we have an even number of 8 people to go through rounds, to go through rounds 2 through 5. And I am being accused of gaming the system, but I will wear that badge. I will wear that badge.
Be taking one for the team running it.
Right. So thank you everybody for joining me here live. We are broadcasting from Maggie's account because we were unable to gain access to the CC's account at this time, but I have been assured by Maggie that she will be able to port this over to the CC's website, so you will be able to watch this live later on. Again, I am your host, Kevin Yeager, aka Hostrone on the boards. I will be live commentating your 2E matches today, just as I live broadcasted the 1E matches yesterday. So even if you're not a 1E player, you can go check out the recording from yesterday's matches of 1E. And again, congratulations to Chris Onstaby on his win. We also have results from Tribbles last night in what can only be described as a interesting way to win. Keith Rupp is your 2022 North American Continentals Tribble champion after he had 2 replicates in his ante-pile with 2 cards in hand, and then replicated out with his battle deck in order to score, I think, 600,000 and literally leapfrog to first place. So Keith would also like to make sure that I give a shout out to Jeremy Benedict for being the one to set that up for him. Jeremy had double anteed earlier and then caplawed. So, congratulations to Keith Rupp on his Tribbles win last night. So Keith is riding high right now. He won round 5 of 1 yesterday. He won Tribbles last night, and he won himself an unearned bye. already this morning. So we're going to go ahead and get going here with the round one pairings of the remaining players now that I have dropped. Facing Keith Rupp will be Maggie. We have Justin Ford and Steve Nelson. We have Michael Van Breemen and Chris Sonstaby. And we have Jeremy Benedict and Mark Muston, who will be our featured game because neither of them have been on camera yet. So that feels like the best way to start the day. All right, everybody, as we get set here to start round two. Again, round one, we bypassed it using the deep magic of all earned buys and one regular buy. So we smashed that stick and said, round one, you shall not pass. Here in our feature match to start the day, we've got Jeremy Benedict and Mark Muston. Congratulations to Mark Muston on his third place yesterday at first edition. And again, thank you for Jeremy for running our clock. He'll be running our clock today for me, sort of, as he plays. So we're looking to have a potentially a really good match here today between Jeremy and Mark. Here it's second edition, North American Continentals. Again, coming to you live from Roseville, Minnesota at the Asmodee Game Center. We've carved out our little corner of the room again. It's a much quieter place here today. It's an easy Sunday morning. And the only thing going on today is still the 100-person Warhammer tournament, but they are in the hall. They've been closed off over in the adjoining hall, so they are much farther away from us. Hope everybody can hear me nice and clear. Somebody go ahead and let me know in the comment section if you can hear me clear, if there's some kind of issue. I have had to change mics without James Heaney's Blue Yeti here to bring the highest quality sound. I've had to switch to a backup option today. But this is my work headset, so it should be good. But if someone could just let me know if you hear me loud and clear, that'd be great. All right. So it looks like we've got Mark on TNG Feds, and we've got Jeremy is running TNG Feds also. Jeremy's got Strange New Worlds and also the wow, is going to be a little bit harder to see today for me, and I'm a little less familiar with the missions in 2E these days with the images. So we've got Mark with Plague Planet, Medical Relief, KFS Alpha, and the Investigate Alien Probe. And Jeremy's running the Advanced Battle Simulation, the Lapidia System. Yep, Lapidia System. And then the military exercise, and as I said before, Strange New Worlds. Survey New World, I'm sorry. But again, both running the TNG missions. Rest of our players are getting set to go. Are we all good to go, guys? All right, I got a thumbs up from all the players here. So, Star Trek, round two. You may begin. All right, 1 hour on the clock has been started. And we are off with our round two matchup here. Again, on our feature match, we've got Mark Muston on the left, Jeremy on the right. Mark starts off with Martin and takes a card draw for 2. Drops Andrea Brand for 4. Takes a draw for 5. Draw for 6. Takes a draw for 7. And it looks like he's going to pitch a couple cards he doesn't like to keep his hand at 7. All right, thanks, Brian, for giving me the heads up. Glad to see you again here today, Brian. Keeping me on my toes as always. If you see any rules kerfluffles, be sure to let me know. James and I definitely had a rousing debate last night after everything was done regarding the issue on the mission point values and so forth. So that's still under review. But we're playing some 2E today here, so there'll be an entirely different set of rules issues. So Bev, Tolly, and Soren, and another personnel. Tasha Yar, alternate universe, has hit the table for Jeremy. One of the benefits today of having to switch headsets, though, is the fact that I'll be able to wander around instead of being tied to a big bulky Yeti. I have my headset on today, so I will be able to get closer to the action, which will be a bit more important today in the 2E matchup since the board's a little bit more compressed. Looks like we got a Luxana Troy play. Oh, sorry, a Vintner play. Downloading Luxana Troy, Danica. And Mark's still searching for a third one yet here. Well, Robert, our round 2 sponsor for the day. Is the Tholian Home Builders Association. Are you looking to buy or rent a new or used home? Then shriek at us here at Tholian Home Builders, where we build only the finest in custom-made factory housing. We source only the best heat-resistant crystalline materials in the construction of our homes as an added option. We offer our homes to be fully furnished with silk furniture made from, well, I guess that remains our little secret. Expensive homeowner insurance plans are a thing of the past when you own a Tholian house, guaranteed fire resistant. I would also assume that they'd be pretty resistant to termites as well, too. So thank you to Tholian Home Builders for bringing us this round 2 match. We do have a few other round 2 sponsors we will get to. All right, bringing the action back in here. Mark's offloading some people here through his the one cost event that allows TNG to drop a person and the opponent to also drop a person for free as well into play. Common ground plays very big deal for a Vintner deck, being able to go get your 6 and 6, 5, and 4 cost personnel and just bring them in for 1 definitely helps push you forward. Quick, these are the voyages from Jeremy to start off his turn for 1. I believe he drew 5 and is now chip picking his 3 to go back underneath the deck. Well, thanks for stopping in, Robert. We're glad to see that you were able to stop in and say hi to us. It's too bad you weren't able to join us yesterday for 1E Continentals. We'd really like to see you play some tournaments with us again. And I will also be sending you an invite, Robert, to come out to South Dakota here in a month with the house renovation that's going on in my house that I talked about yesterday with everybody. I am putting in a game room, a dedicated game room into my house. And I'm going to have a housewarming party. So if you would like, anybody watching would like an invite and you want to fly to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, I can certainly pick anybody up at the airport. You can provide accommodations. We can provide accommodations for you. You can either crash on my couch or one of the other Sioux Falls natives. We can find a spot for you if you don't want to pay for a hotel, and come to my housewarming party where we're going to play some Trek, play some games, probably do some bocce. All right, so catching up on the action here. Mark went and searched for a ship using christening, revealed his hand to show that what the cost was, and we're dropping the ship, the USS Enterprise D. All right. Mark's checking to see what he wants to do here, how many personnel he has. If there's a mission he feels confident in, he has made the decision. Investigate alien probe is going to get attempted with 7 personnel. All right, so Jeremy deals out his 7 dilemmas, and we'll start making some decisions. Another benefit of me having this particular headset on today is I can actually look over shoulders on dilemma selections today. So this is going to work out pretty well, I think. really interesting draw here on Jeremy's part. Definitely some options. And questions on how bad does he want to hit Mark in a certain area or not. All right. Jeremy checks his hand. Of course, on Jeremy's previous turn, he was able to put a surprise party into play as well. So there is a surprise party on Jeremy's side of the table. So he does have one event. That's also going to help him move his offense forward when it gets back to his turn. All right, Jeremy makes a selection. There's 2 dilemmas on the stack. And Mark reveals the first one. Swashbuckler. So if Mark has any interrupts, they are going to go away, and Jeremy takes his 2 card draws. All right. Bridge Officer's Test goes to the top of Mark's stack, and the dilemma goes underneath. Gorgon, and quick drop from Jeremy, his own enterprise. So Mark needs to show a 6 or better. And of course, Jeremy knows what's in his hand, so it's a guaranteed hit. Jeremy discards Enterprise D. The Gorgon goes underneath. Mark has got 2 dilemmas overcome for his trouble. All right, pass to Jeremy's turn. Another quick These Are the Voyages for 6. All right, Jeremy takes a gander at the 6 cards that he drew, and now he's once again got to select his 3 to go underneath. Not a lot of easy choices here. All right, looks like Jeremy is committing to a particular decision on the cards he's putting underneath the deck. I'd love to talk about exactly what that is, but I can't give any information away to his opponent. So let me just tell you that there was definitely a decision that was made by Jeremy with that. 0 cost security drills. Jeremy still has 6 counters to go. 4 cost AU Will Riker and a Talara for 7. And of course, a Davies for 8 due to the surprise party giving Jeremy that extra counter. Jeremy passes the turn, and Mark drops a quick Dissident Indiana and a Martinez. Oh, just catching you up, Amber. I will certainly let them know that you wish them the best. Justin's currently locked in a tough one with Steve Nelson. And of course, your hubby drew Chris round 2. So nothing but beef, no waiting. So definitely some tough matchups already here in the first round of action, second round of the actual tournament. All right, looks like Mark's made another attempt at his space mission. Jeremy has drawn dilemmas and put 2 on the stack. We've got a shocking betrayal. And since they are both players on Feds, there's probably going to be a very shocking betrayal that will occur. All right, Bittner is chosen. Jeremy quick discards a Martinez to kill him. Right. Little execution question here between the players. Mark was a little confused as to wording. Jeremy's pointed out that the person he chose stomps. The discard kills someone of Jeremy's choice. So Mark hands over his personnel, and it looks like old McCoy bites the dust. Mark has realized it's probably time for the glasses. So Mark puts on his glasses and is probably not happy to see a moral choice immediately. So Mark just accepts the inevitable that it will stop his attempt and passes the turn to Jeremy. Jeremy takes a draw for 1 and checks his personnel. Well, Brian, unfortunately, Tholian Home Builders reached out to me to become a sponsor, but they were a little too pricey for me to do my home reno. Trying to do it on the cheap, spending a bunch of money on having a custom-made, one-of-a-kind gaming table made. So that's where all the money, that's where a big chunk of the money is going. And unfortunately, Tholian Home Builder is a little too pricey for my personal tastes. Trying to reno on a budget. Alvera Tree Ritual hits the table for Jeremy. Jeremy drops an Enterprise E, showing the requirements for the cost reduction. He makes a fly of 5 span over to the advanced battle simulation and has made an attempt with 9 personnel. Mark draws his 9 dilemmas and takes a look. So we're going to wander around over to see if we can look over Mark's shoulder a little bit here and see what he's drawn. Tough draw for Mark. He's got some options, but it's a tough draw. Not as many options as a player would like to see when they're drawing 9 dilemmas. Mark is looking to his core, wishing he had unexpected difficulties, but he chooses one, drops it, and prays for the best. Where no one has gone before. So Jeremy just has to show that where no one has gone before, and if he does, he's probably got a quick 1 attempt solve. All right, so Jeremy's showing attributes first. Okay, 38 cunning is the call here. Showed the skills, beats the where no one has gone before. And it looks like skills for the mission are just easily coming off of William T. Riker and Jean-Luc Picard. All right. And the cunning was already counted. 1 attempt solve for Jeremy out the gate. Tough draw for Mark that really hurt and pays the price. So Jeremy's all-star crew of feds were able to smash through a 1-drop dilemma. And I'm telling you guys right now, I saw what Mark's dilemma's draw was, and it was 6 planet dilemmas and 3 non-planet dilemmas. So it was extremely bad. So it was not a plain mistake on Mark's part. He was swinging for the fences with what little he had. All right, Jeremy wastes no time pressing down. Looks like he's got the hammer products, hammer smash, ready to go. Trying to push 2 missions in a single turn right out the gate. We'll see if this dilemma draw is maybe a little bit more kind to Mark this time. And it looks like it very much is. So Mark will have some real decision making here to make this time. Mark's got a line he wants to go with here. He's just doing the math on the cost. And he's rethinking it. definitely lines of play here for Mark. May even have a little bit of the embarrassment of riches where he's got too many lines that he could possibly go with. So definitely some feast or famine action happening here for Mark in the realm of dilemmas. First go around, he had famine, and now he's drawn a feast and doesn't know what he wants to eat. Mark is checking the mission skills right now and doing some quick math in his head as to how much of each of those things that Jeremy would have. All right, Mark has made a decision. Double checking to make sure the order is correct. It looks like it's a stack of 3. And the first one revealed is an 8472 dilemma. The weak will perish, so there will be a kill here, and then a check to see if it goes under. All right, Mark goes ahead and takes a pull. And Jeremy has to reveal it, of course, for the check. It is Wesley. Wesley is not going to make it, and the dilemma is going to go into the core. So Wesley got the point, but this time it was delivered by species 8472. All right. Adopted Authority AI hits William T. Riker, which then means that a second stop will occur without Wesley there to help him. And a clown guillotine. Not a hammer, but a very sharp blade's coming down. 3 consumes occur. No ace was revealed. So Mark is selecting a skill and he's called Geology. There's an easy Davies. And because he did not have an attribute, there will be potentially be a second kill. Jeremy has revealing that there is no additional geology in the attempt, so Mark has completely cut him off of it. Clown Guillotine goes away, and the mission now has 4 dilemmas buried underneath. Three dilemmas buried underneath it. Three dilemmas buried underneath the mission. So looks like Mark's line of play this time was pretty successful. Jaroshinyo hits the table for Mark on his turn to start out. Takes a draw. Takes another draw. And drops TNG Bashir. So some leadership and some medical have hit the table for Mark. All right, Mark reattempts with 6 in space. Jeremy's going to get 2 to draw. Quick decision, both are live. Skeleton Crew, meaningless at this point. And a 1 cost Covert Extraction. Very interesting top deck from Jeremy. Andrea Brand's transporters will stop in order to overcome the dilemma. And Mark should have the skills and attributes, Danica, Anthro, and Biro. Programming from data. .31 integrity is agreed upon by the players. Mark has made the solve on Investigate Alien Probe. Shows his staffing on the Enterprise D. So he does get an additional point boost. So 35 points to Mark, who then flies back to Earth and does not have enough range to go to his next mission. So both players are now on the board. Score is 35 to 35. So Mark was able to answer back. And of course, Jeremy's got to look for geology, which he finds in Brant and Tainer. And Geordie LaForge for 7. Of course, as the variable skill Geordie LaForge, who will have different kinds of skills, whether he's space or planet. All right, shows his staffing on the Enterprise E. And will, of course, have to fly home in order to pick up his geology. Moment. Did you show a commander on this one or not?
No, I don't have.
You don't have the commander. Okay. Yeah, you are correct, Brian. Mark checked for the commander, and as just the person watching over, I caught the Danica points, but of course they were checking for the commander. So you are correct. The 5 points came from Danica, not from the commander of the ship. So score is correct. But yeah, he is playing the commander on board the Enterprise for 5 points. Okay. All right, we've got a rules question here, so I'm going to bounce out first. All right. After a quick chat with the players here on exactly what the sequence was that they agreed to, the Danica was missed, the staffed Enterprise was caught for 5 points, and the commander was not present. So Mark should have had 40. He only took 35. All right, so Jeremy is going to go ahead and reattempt at his planet mission. It appears that Jeremy has attempted the 7. Mark's on a draw 4, spend 4. Looks like Mark's still in a pile is behaving itself a little bit better now after that first disaster. All right, 2 dilemmas have been selected by Mark and formed a stack. So Jeremy's going to reveal the first one, and it is cornered. There'll be 2 random selections here, unless Jeremy is able to show that he has the skills. Okay. And Jeremy has said he does not have the skills. And of course, the completed span 4 missions also not in play here. So there will be 2 random kills. Jeremy's just double checking to see if there's any other live effects that need to occur. Mark selects 2. And it would appear that Geordie and Loxana have died. So pour 1 out and blow taps for Loxana and Geordie. Second dilemma, polywater intoxication. Jeremy has less than 6 personnel, so it is a choice stop and a bounce for 0 cost. So nice little 1-2 punch from Mark to keep clawing his way back into this game. All right, Jeremy checks his hand, make sure he has 7 or less, and passes the turn. Mark drops an orb now that he's completed an anthropology mission. Okay. It is the orb of prophecy and change. And then Lenara Khan's hitting the table. And Mark is checking the top 4 for an event. He whiffs. and then draws for 7. Looks like the Orb and Lenara Khan are going to get on board the Enterprise D. Mark is thinking about what he wants to do. Mark has 1 space solved. Does he want to go do his other space, or does he want to go do a planet? I think generally speaking, the strategy here would be to attempt planet, and it looks like Mark's going to do exactly that. He's gone to medical relief with everybody. Looks like Mark is choosing if he wants to protect anybody on board the ship, or if he just wants to run with the group. All right, we got a rules question here, so I got to step away for a moment. All right, I'm back, everybody. There was a question in the Justin Ford, Steve Nelson game about how to resolve necessary execution. Justin Ford advocated that he made the 2 kills at once, and Steve would only be able to respond to those kills once without a space mission solved. And of course, that is incorrect. The necessary execution makes a choice, kills the personnel. There's a chance for a response. Then you check, and then you make a second kill, and there's a second opportunity for a response. So that was my ruling on that issue. Yeah, Brian and John, that's exactly the methodology here. I am the commentator, but I am also the judge. I am not going to make a ruling on anything unless the players ask me to. If I see something that is incorrect, I'm not going to intervene. The only way I'll intervene is if they ask me a question, or if they are clearly saying something to me where they're trying to ask a question and they're maybe not asking one, but they're trying to get at one. So looks like Mark has gone ahead and made an attempt at medical relief. Jeremy's made his selections, and the first dilemma up is an issue of trust. Of course, it now costs 4. All right, so Mark's looking through to see what he's got for honor and treachery. All right. There was only 1 honor, and it was Jaroshinyo, so Mark passes through this with 0 stops. And we've got a 3-cost planet hard time. Mark shuffles his people for a random selection here. Of course, this will be a selection that Jeremy does not get to see what the outcome is. And Rogue Borg ambush. So does Mark have intelligence or a hand weapon? And the answer to that question is a resounding no. So there will be a kill and a stop. So it looks like the issue of trust was a tactical error on Jeremy's part. And Lenara Khan bites it. So everyone blow taps for Lenara Khan. She will no longer get to kiss Jadzia in this life. All right, passes to Jeremy's turn. Jeremy's got a pretty full hand right here and nothing he really wants to play out apparently. I don't know, the security drills will hit the table for Jeremy. It's a zero cost event. No reason not to play it. Keep your hand down. As Jeremy is bumping up against 7 in hand right now. The replacement Wesley Crusher has hit the board. So for those of you watching lower decks, you just have to accept the fact that the bridge officers sometimes come back from the dead, but don't ask them about it. You don't want to know about the dark castle on the hill. All right, Jeremy shows staffing, flies back to Earth, picks up Wesley. Still staffed, of course, flies back to his planet and is seeing who he wants to probably send on a mission attempt. All right, looks like Jeremy's going to try to micro team this a little bit. He's got 5 people in front of him. Jeremy's just double checking his skills and his attributes to see whether or not he can force Mark into a draw one, spend one, or if he has to send more. All right. Jeremy is given the green light for the 5-person attempt on a draw one, spend one. Mark takes a quick look. It was unfortunately something that Mark could not play. And so Jeremy is now free to solve. All right. Pran Tainer has all the skills plus the bonus. All right, 36 cunning has been shown in order for Jeremy to score, and the bonus was declared. Puts Jeremy at 70 points, and is then, of course, either one of his missions away from a full win here. But without any range, that'll have to be tabled for at least a turn. All right, Jeremy had 8 cards in hand, pitches an extra surprise party that is useless, and passes turn to Mark. And greetings to you, Mr. Leibach. How are you this afternoon in Germany time? Liebeck. You'll have to forgive this commentator. I am operating on very little sleep, and the caffeine is not quite kicked in yet, so little brain fart. And Mark's moving right along here, drops a These Are the Voyages off of his data for a draw 6 and put 3 under. All right, we've got a Martinez and Martin combo pairing of random Daryls hitting the table. All right, that's all Mark appears that he wants to do for plays this turn. All right, time for Mark to double check his personnel to see what he wants to do at his mission. 23.5 minutes are left in this round 2 match. Round 1 for the action, round 2 for the actual tournament. For those of you who are late in joining us, we are in round 2 already. Round 1 was a bit of a unicorn situation. We had 9 players, 8 of whom had earned buys and 1 who did not. So we literally punted round 1 as the unearned buy player earned himself a buy by being the only player to not have an earned buy. And so we basically went immediately into round 2. So currently we are in round 2 and all players are sitting at a 4+100 on the scorecard. This commentator was also part of that group. And in order to make the numbers even, I immediately dropped after the first round. And I may have been called a scumbag for simply getting myself a regional foil. But of course, I don't believe I scumbagged anything. All right, Mark makes an attempt at his planet mission. Jeremy has selected some dilemmas. And once again, another swashbuckler shows up. So if you've got a thing for George Takei, this game is going really well for you. And Mark reveals 3 powerful interrupts in his hand, all going to the top of the deck. Jeremy takes his 2 draws, and we move on to the second dilemma. Picking up the pieces, we're going to filter out geo and programming here. Neither of which are skills on the mission, but they tend to be tied to the skills that are on the mission. Mark takes a gander through his people in order to find his geo and programming. And it looks like he has found 2 of them. And Mark's just double checking his skills. No others are present, so this will be a stop 1 and 1 continues. All right, player on the left stops, player on the right, person on the right will continue, and the dilemma is overcome. All right, looks like the last dilemma is a captain's holiday. Mark checks his skills to see if he has either the 2 Arco or the 2 Geo. The 2 Geo will not be an option because that was filtered, and Mark does not have 2 Arco. So all the stop people reform themselves and have themselves a little circle jerk on the planet. Of course, Ben, the reason why there were so many buys is they're all carryovers from the COVID times. We're not giving out too many buys here on a year-by-year basis, but when you have 3 years worth of accumulated buys, this is going to happen. Once we get through this 2022 season, things are going to go back to normal here, where only a couple players will have a buy in a tournament. Let's just enjoy the uniqueness of this situation and have a good laugh about it, which we all did. All right. Play has passed to Jeremy, who once again, for the 3rd time this game, leads off with a These Are the Voyages quick on a draw 6 and put 3 under. So all 3 of These Are the Voyages for Jeremy have been fired off. And Jeremy selects his 3 to go underneath the deck and examines his hand and what he wants to do with his remaining 7 counters. Oh, okay, I apologize. There was a common ground that hit the table in there that I missed. So 2 counters have been spent and 6 are remaining. Of course, the 6th one's optional. Surprise party is not a mandatory counter. All right, so Rachel Garrett, Luoxana Troy, Mott, Esri Teagan, and some random other person over there that I've never seen before and don't care to figure out who they are. So after a quick common ground drop, here come the weenie assault from Jeremy. All right, Jeremy shows his staff air comments, flies back to Earth, and now figures out what he wants to do here. And it's a quick decision. We're going to go to Survey New World. Of course, it's a lot easier to attempt a planet mission late in the game when you've got a lot of people. And this is the benefit of the weenie assault. All right, so Jeremy's going through his personnel and seeing what he wants to do here. Seems likely that there would be the possibility of a double attempt this turn, as he was able to flood the table with a bunch of random weenies. .17.5 minutes are currently on the clock here in this round 2 matchup. We have a good game going here against Jeremy and Mark. Jeremy does have 2 missions solved and is at 70 points. Mark has 1 mission solved for 35 and 4 overcome at his second mission. So very much a close match right now. After a quick misfire at the first mission from Mark's dilemma pile and Jeremy getting out to a very quick lead, Mark's been able to get his dilemma pile to start cooperating like a good little boy and give him some much better dilemma selections and allowed him to kind of claw his way back into this game. So we have another attempt declared from Jeremy. It looks like it's a 9-ball attempt. Yep, I am seeing 9 dilemmas in Mark's hand right now. So we got a 9-ball attempt from Jeremy at Survey New World. Once again, taking a look at Mark's hand here, he's got an embarrassment of riches to choose from. All right. Mark's definitely got a lot of options here, and it just looks like whichever one he feels like is the best combination of chance to hit and overcome efficiency. Oh, well, Mark goes through this very deliberate selection here. Oh, well, looks like we've got a decision on the part of Mark. He has got 3 dilemmas on the stack, and the first one's a secret identity. So who are we going to rip the mask off is the question. Definitely some good choices in there. Given that we've seen a clown guillotine from Mark earlier in this game, seems likely that Mark's really doing this in order to check skills to make sure that he's able to hammer the skill he wants to hammer with a possible clown guillotine. All right, Jeremy shows that he has no replacement non-aligned personnel, so that's a 0-cost kill for Mark, and straight into the 8472, no waiting. Someone will die, and it is the random idiot that we don't care about who clearly dies, and the dilemma's to the core. 1 overcome dilemma after 2, and rogue-boring ambush will begin shooting. Of course, Mark was able to verify when he was looking at the personnel that there is no intelligence and no hand weapon. So it is a quick shuffle and a kill and a stop. All right, and it looks like Wesley will die for the second time. Looks like he did not get the point, but he is going to take it nonetheless and die for a second time. All right, Jeremy just verifying that they agree on the Rachel Garrett interaction here. Everyone stopped, including her, so there is no valid target to bounce because they are all stopped at the same time. However, Esri Tegan gets soft assimilated by Mark. Giggity. Secret ID, very much a popular dilemma here in the Minnesota meta still. We still have quite a few decks that like to show up and have hero personnel. The occasional OT Kirk and so forth. Definitely see a lot of play here still. And of course, we like to, there's Deep Space Nine decks that run some off-color personnel. So Secret ID has been showing up as a way to get 0-cost kills, but mainly it's also a chance to check mission skill or check skills on the personnel during the middle of a mission attempt so that you can maximize your guillotine kills and so forth. All right, so Jeremy has made an attempt here, and we have an adopted authority from Mark. Okay. Tasha Yar has gone to the top of the deck in order to protect William T. Riker on this random selection. And William T. Riker was not selected, but the attribute greater than 6 on Tully and Soren. But so there is no second stop. The dilemma will go underneath, but it is enough to stop Jeremy from solving the mission. So it looks like Jeremy's backup team was not able to get the job done, but they did get one dilemma underneath for their trouble at only the cost of Tasha Yar going to the top of the deck, which Jeremy has all the counters in the world, I believe, to just draw her and replay her. So she will still be an ongoing issue for Mark. The mission was failed, of course. They are now realizing that they do have to do a strange new survey New World under the deck move. So a personnel has been selected and gone to the bottom of Jeremy's deck. So while the adopted authority did go underneath the mission as an overcome dilemma, Mark will get essentially a free kill off a survey New World text. All right, Mark presses These Are the Voyages button for the third time for him as well. So all 6 These Are the Voyages have been played in this game. Very powerful card. Definitely allows a player to find what they need and use the best counter efficiency that they're able to. For those of you scoring at home, the 1E warp speed side event was not able to fire off here with 4 personnel, but it appears that Jeremy Huth and Jason Tang have elected to play a little head-to-head friendly game with it. So they have, it appears they've actually done a draft, which is between the two of them, and are currently building their decks for the little 1E, warp speed format that Jason came up with. So we may chicken on that later today. All right, Mark has dropped a cassette, brought some personnel over, and is looking to start jamming it in at medical relief. All right, so now the situation is now being mirrored on Mark's side, where he has got a lot of personnel at his planet mission, and he's deciding whether or not he has the ability to double team this mission with a big group, little group combo, or whether or not he can actually come up with a 5-person team and force Jeremy into the draw one, spend one situation with 5 personnel. And I would say that that's probably the most likely scenario here, that Mark is able to just simply go with a 5-person attempt, forcing Jeremy into a draw one, spend one, and therefore maximizing Mark's ability to have all of his personnel available to him at the 3rd mission. 9 minutes are on the clock at this point. 9 minutes are what is remaining in this round 2 match. Okay, Mark has declared the 5-person attempt. Draw one, spend one from Jeremy. It is a quick miss, and Mark goes to show that he has it. All right. Danica has been revealed first for the bio. And the exomedical was shown on McCoy. All right. All right. Danica was declared and the ship was declared for a bonus 10 points. So Mark scores 40 off of his medical relief. Players are in agreement. Mark takes the lead 75-70 and has all of his personnel, has all of his range available to him on the Enterprise D and all of his personnel and play available to him to go after Plague Planet. Well, while Mark makes this very long decision process here of who he wants to send and how he wants to do it, we're gonna go ahead and take a momentary broadcasting break here and kick it to one of our sponsors. True Daughters of Cardassia Fine Art Gallery. Fine Art Gallery, located a few light years from the Bajoran wormhole. True Daughters of Cardassia has affordable tours twice daily, showcasing a vast collection of art from the entire Cardassian sector, including a few pre-Dominion pieces that have survived. Bring your whole family to a place some have called second to none. That's True Daughters of Cardassia Fine Art Gallery. All right. Mark has made a selection here of a large group that he's beaming down to the planet and leaving a group on the ship. A 10-person attempt has been declared at the planet. Jeremy is, in response, activated his Alvera tree ritual to force both players to shuffle their dilemma piles. All right. Shuffling a cut from both players here. And then Jeremy will be able to choose his dilemmas. And we have a result in Michael Van Breemen, Christopher Sonstaby. And it looks like Michael Van Breemen has obtained the full win, 100-75 over Chris Sonstaby in their match. So we do have one result in from this round 2 match, and it appears that MVB has avenged his loss from first edition and defeated Chris Sonstaby here in this round 2, 100-75. And with a score like that, one can only assume that it was an extremely close match. I will get a comment from the players when I have a moment. But right now we are focused on this mission attempt. Mark has chosen to go with 10 at the Plague Planet, and Jeremy has drawn his dilemmas and is making his selections here, and it looks like he has a lot of options. Both players definitely getting more cooperation from their dilemma piles here in the mid to late game. All right, Jeremy makes a decision and forms a stack for Mark to face. And first up, we have a dereliction of duty. All right, so dereliction duty will prevent Mark from being able to use any personnel skills during the mission attempt. And of course, Mark goes into the second dilemma immediately, which is a show trial. As Jeremy is 5 points behind, this will do a stop of a skill, and then there will be a stop from all the group. All right, a stop has been selected And then now the entire group. All right, the entire group is, there's a choice being made. And of course, Mark checks it, sees who it is. It was not Esri. Mark was of course using the Bajorn orb to simulate Esri in the group. And we have a species 8472. The weak will perish, non-alternate foil version. So there will be a kill here and a check. It is a crappy Martin, so the dilemma will go to the core and Martin will die. And here comes an Oracle's punishment. All right, there is a 1 consume as part of the price of resolving the dilemma. And Jeremy will get to make 2 choice selected stops. One would hazard a guess here that Jeremy's gonna see if he can find a skill that he can deprive Mark of and prevent the stop or prevent the mission solve. And of course, it looks like Mark realized that he forgot to put someone in the group for Jeremy to choose from. So as Jeremy goes through here, looks like Jeremy would like his Esri Tegan back, and of course Vintner Picard's going to get stomped. Vintner Picard, of course, having all the skills for the mission. And Mark acknowledges that that was his hero to try to solve the mission with. Okay. At the end of the mission attempt, all right, Mark's going down with 4 on a micro attempt. As the dereliction of duty was overcome at the end of the previous mission attempt, and it looks like Data, Spock, Martinez, and Bashir forming a supergroup and have solved the mission and taken the win. Right. Immaterial. All right, so Mark has pulled out the come from behind victory here in our first featured match, round 2 of the Star Trek 2nd Edition North American Continentals. This round brought to you again by Tholian Home Builders and the True Daughters of Cardassia Fine Art Gallery. Thank you to our round 2 sponsors. And it looks like we have a result from the game between Keith and Maggie, which I'll get to you here momentarily. Okay, so the outcome of the Maggie Geppert and Keith Rupp game is a resounding win for Maggie, 100-0. For those of you who are wondering at home, it looks like Maggie is on a Borg solver. She turned around to me and said, I went 100-0. I went 2 mission win. And Keith said, I just wasn't able to stop her. So 100-0 for Maggie here in a round 2 matchup. So right now, our winners so far in this first round of action, second round of play, is Mark, Maggie, and MVB. All right, so we only have 1 outstanding match yet to go. Time is called. All right. All right, we had a time call here. a moment ago. Steve and Justin have been informed, and they have said that it appears that Justin is attempting to go for the full win here. So we are going to go ahead and step aside here for a moment. I'm going to go keep an eye on that game here. So stay with us here. The Star Trek second edition North American Continentals event, brought to you here live at Asmodee Game Center in Roseville, Minnesota. All right, so stay with us here for a moment as I step away in order to go score a game that has gone past time. Okay, everybody, I'm back. The Steve Nelson Justin 4 game has wrapped up. The situation was, when I walked over there, was that Steve was in this. It was on a mod win, having gone first. Play was on Justin's side of the table, where he was attempting to go for a full win, and he was unable to do so. A little interesting note: Steve had, I think, about 20 or 25 dilemmas buried underneath his last mission, and clearly was not able to solve it. So Justin, apparently, from what I can gather, had made some kind of extreme consume attempt to stop Steve from the full win, but then was unable to capitalize on it with his own. And so we have a 75-60 mod win for Steve Nelson. Okay. Okay, so the round 2 results are all in. Of course, the situation that we have here is we've got Mark, Maggie, MVB, Steve Nelson in the win column, and the other players are not. So we are going to set Steve aside here as the 7 victory point situation here. I will have my lovely assistant randomly select the top pairings. So we've got Mark Muston and Maggie Geppert. That leaves Michael Van Breemen to play Steve Nelson. Okay, on the bottom tables, we've got Chris playing Keith. And of course, Justin Ford will play Jeremy Benedict. Okay, so we're gonna put Steve Nelson and MVB at the feature table. And Mark and Maggie will be essentially at the head table. And of course, Justin Ford and Jeremy Benedict will round out play. So get ready, everybody. You're about to watch the full Nelson. All right, so MVB versus the Steve Nelson. Okay, one moment, please. Okay. Okay. As we get ready here for the round 3 matchup. Oh. All right. So we begin our round 3 matchup here. We got Steve Nelson on the right, MVB on the left. So once again, MVB's wife will have a chance to watch her hubby on camera. And this is our chance to get Steve Nelson on camera for the first time this weekend. And everyone here will get to see the full Nelson in action. In action last game. So settle in, grab your popcorn, grab your drinks, take your bathroom break now. It's going to be a solid hour and 15 of the Steve Nelson Full Nelson show. Round 3, brought to you by the Rysean Board of Tourism. Come to Rysa, where all this ours is yours. Mention this ad and receive a complimentary Horgon and 10-minute session of Jamaharan with one of our skilled entertainers. Must be 18 years old to visit, not valid with any other offers, void where prohibited. The Rysean Board of Tourism is not responsible for any loss of property, injuries, or death related to this promotion. Please consult your doctor before visiting Rysa. Rysean Board of Tourism. Come to Rysa, where all that is ours is yours. All right, so we've got a mission layout here from the players. Obviously on the right, Steve Nelson's revealed the Maggie headquarters and his standard layout of Evade Federation forces, Socorro 5, and the Evacuate Colony. And again, we get another appearance by Survey New World. On MVB side of the table, we have TNG Earth, Practice Orbital Maneuvers, the Baku Planet, Gateway, and the Bassin Rift. And after a decision by the players, it appears that MVB is going to go first in this matchup. All right, one moment here while we check to see the status of all the other games, if they're ready to go. All right, and we're off. 59 minutes and 50 seconds is currently on the clock as I mark. And we've got a quick lead off here with a cadet and a Togerin from MBB. The weenie assault has begun. All right, well, turn passes quickly to Steve after it appears that, and it's back and forth real fast here, ladies and gentlemen. So it appears that Anij and Artem are on Risa, and a couple of cadets and Togerin are at Earth. Sorry, 3 cadets, and also a random idiot named Brull. Yep. So we got Brull and Togerin and a couple of cadets, and some Baku people. And there's a stop from Anij to draw a card. And play is quickly passing back to Steve Nelson. So to answer your question, Brian, Hall of Fame format, not my cup of tea. I can understand why people like it, and I definitely don't disagree with it. But I kind of prefer to have the whole situation, the entire like gambit of cards available to me. You know, I do view Hall of Fame as like Tui's ban list, which is, I mean, that's entirely reasonable. But I kind of feel like it's a branding problem in my head, that if instead of calling it Hall of Fame format, it was just simply Tui OTF, you know, where it had a much more serious sounding title to it, I think I might buy into it more. So, you know, this idea that like a bunch of my cards are not usable, which it's easier to absolve in your mind when talking about 1E, that like, oh, these are problem cards that everyone agrees is just too powerful. But when you're talking about it in terms of 2E, you just call it Hall of Fame format, like somehow those cards have earned their way into a special place of honor, when really what it is everybody doesn't like them and they're maybe a little overpowered. So I feel like 2E needs to just simply rebrand Hall of Fame format to to 2E restricted, you know, RTF, restricted tournament format or something like that, something where it sounds a bit more official. So I think that's kind of the breadth and scope of my thoughts on that. Right. Quickly, Steve quickly dropping some more Maquis personnel, and it looks like Steve did drop Greasy Ducat earlier. So we're definitely gonna see some Greasy Ducat. All right. Okay. A stalling for time has been declared on Mott. All right. So Steve simply calls a stalling for time on Mott just to simply, I guess, have it be the one personnel that Steve could remember. Not exactly sure why one would stalling for time on a 0-cost personnel unless they just simply couldn't remember the names of the other personnel played. I personally would have called Togerin, but that's me. All right, so Nog and the cadet leader hit the board, and it appears that in the interim while I was talking, Steve has biogenic weaponed the cadet mission. All right, so Steve is debating his Cascade virus. All right, these guys have played these decks against each other, so no surprise here that there's a Cascade virus probably possibly coming from Steve. All right, so Mott rehits the table following the Cascade virus. All right, and Michael has passed the turn back to Steve. Davidson hits the board for Steve. MVB has the security drills on the board. That'll be potentially a pretty huge card later in the game. And Greasy Ducat sends Nog into the Aetherverse. Steve ends his turn, checks his cards in hand as too many. Looks like Rebecca Sullivan's getting discarded. I believe that's an extra Rebecca Sullivan, since I think he played one earlier. The Shankar effect is getting discarded. Feels a little surprising that Steve would discard Shankar instead of just playing him out. All right, and a Valjean. Shankar, Valjean, and an extra Rebecca Sullivan have hit the discard pile. All right, the Enterprise D hits the board for Michael, who quickly loads up, heads to Baku.
Yeah, that's.
Michael goes through his personnel and see if there's anyone he wants to try to leave behind or protect. Of course, those are very important decisions when you're playing against Maggie, between Cascade Virus and biogenic weapon lockouts and so forth. I mean, Steve will be attacking Michael's Law, as he always does. The strange new worlds that Steve has in his deck will undoubtedly show its face at some point. No surprises there. So, of course, Michael's definitely making some decisions here on who he wants to protect, be it skills, command star icons, etc. All right, Michael declared an attempt with 7 with Mott, so Steve will get 6 and spend 7. That's right. That's right. Forgive this broadcaster. Mott was errated due to my world's influence a long time ago. It is a draw 6, spend 6 with Mott. So Chula Chandra is a quick reveal following a clown go away. So a pair of cadets get whacked on a stop. Michael declares he's unable to solve. All right, the clown incarnate remains on the mission. Shankar hits the table finally. And Michael gets to choose the order that the cards will go on top of his deck. So, very important decision for Michael, as it will easily determine how you tempo redrawing those cards. All right, so Defiance will hit the board on, Allegiance will hit the board on Steve's side of the table. Steve uses the Allegiance. And Steve is debating which mode he wants. All right, Steve has declared the scoring of the points.
Yep. 3. I'll use a coin.
All right, so 1 nickel in the bank for Steve. Right. So Michael has definitely chosen to just take some draws and then just use what he's got. Definitely one of those situations with dealing with Shankar in a mid game as opposed to a turn 1 situation. All right, so Michael has declared an attempt of 8, -1 for the dilemma, -1 for Mott. So it's another draw 6, spend 6 for Steve. All right. Steve is asking Michael if the ship has any range remaining, and it does not. All right, Steve drops a single one, and it is an SX. So there will be a kill, chance for Michael to respond, then a second choice, and another chance for Michael to respond. And it is important, of course, that you that SX is implemented correctly. When that card first came out, it was played incorrectly by a lot of players way back in the day. But yes, the correct execution of the card is a choice kill that is guaranteed, and obviously an opportunity for the opponent to the player to respond. And then, of course, then you check to see whether or not you qualify for a second kill. You take a second kill if necessary, and then another chance to respond, of course, before the dilemma will overcome. Right. Michael has told Steve just go ahead and pick two, that he's not going to respond to either one of them. So Mott and Anij have bit the dust. Michael is unable to solve, and play passes to Steve. Organized terrorist activities is the play from Steve, who was going to go ahead and use those 5 points to look through Michael's deck and see who he wants to sister out. Looks like Admiral Jameson's an early target for Steve, it looks like. We'll see if he stays on that. Maruk is also in front of him, as well as Edward Jellicoe. And Guinan. Steve points at the Guinan, saying how much he hates her, but it looks like Jellicoe will bite the ethereal dust and go from a possibility to a non-possibility. William Patrick Samuels hits the board. Steve shows that he can activate the text, which gets him 2 free draws. Steve shakes his head. He's not happy with what he drew, but the Survey New World hits the table on the far mission. We had a half Nelson for a while, and now we have a full Nelson. All right. All right, Michael shuffles his deck from the fact that Steve, yep. After Steve's searched through Michael's deck, Michael is, of course, shuffling it, offers it to Steve for a cut, who obliges. And Michael's going to draw for 1, draw for 2, draw for 3, draw for 4. And I believe I saw a Guinan in that draw. But Edward, Mr. Senior Specialist Jameson hits the board, and Michael has called interrupt. So both players may download an interrupt, which is, of course, a no-brainer for Steve. He goes for the Cascade Virus. And Michael downloaded the plus 5 points when the opponent scores 5 points interrupt. To answer, Ben, your question, if he's running that, I think the answer is no, because if he had been, I think Steve would have probably pulled him out. Anything that threatens the full Nelson would be a first primary target for him. And when I saw him looking through the deck, I don't think I saw it either. So I do not believe that that personnel is in Michael's deck. All right, Michael reattempts the mission, attempts with 6. Mott's out of place, there's not a calculation here, so it's a draw 4, spend 4 for Steve. Oh, looks like Michael's going to get a walkthrough here. Steve's not happy on his draw. Well, all 4 garbage, unusable, he says. Michael has shown the skills. Now we're checking attributes. All right. Okay. Players agree that Michael has shown the requirements for the mission. Okay. All right, Michael has declared bonus points related to Baku and 10 bonus points from the ship. And then, of course, that gives 5 bonus points to Steve. So Michael is at, I believe, 50 points to Steve's 5. All right, so however, that being said, Michael has solved a planet mission. All right, so Michael's running over to the Strange New Worlds planet, Strange New Worlds mission. Steve has openly called that he believes that he only has 1 of the law in play or in his deck remaining, and has said, unless I miss something, I don't think you got this, but we'll see what Steve does here. And the law is the target that Steve goes after with this deck. So of course that is basically the one skill that Steve tracks the whole game. Most of the time he's accurate with his count, but I have seen him on occasion miss a personnel when that law is somehow buried down in the text as a gain skill. .42.5 minutes are on the clock right now, so still plenty of time. This game is moving pretty quickly. Michael absolutely putting some serious pressure on Steve right now, being able to skis a no dilemmas mission solve on a draw 4, spend 4. Quite the fortuitous turn of events for Michael. Feels like a good time to talk about our sponsor, Orion Pleasure Entertainers. In the Midwest, when something bad happens, and that is definitely something that Steve cried out when he wasn't able to draw a usable dilemma. All right, Steve's drawing dilemmas, making some decisions here. All right, Steve doing some math here and what he can pay for. All right, Steve is lamenting his dilemma draws, is not happy with it. He's openly said another bad draw and is saying, I think you may have me already, but we'll see what happens. All right. I don't know. Steve says he thinks he's got 1 dilemma that might work. So we got another clown incarnate, followed by causal recursion. So causal recursion goes to the core. and a simulated prey. All right, so the causal recursion has hit, which will force Michael to do an extra 10 points, unless he's able to score points from an event. Looks like Broll has been selected for death. Now Steve pitches his Cascade Virus in order to get a second kill. Torgerin dies. And the last dilemma. And a forewarned has been moved over to the cadet mission. Okay. Michael has declared that he is unable to solve. And play passes over to Steve, who drops an Amoros. Looks like he's going to go ahead and pitch 3 Mikey cards in order to download some usable tech. Organized terrorist activities. Cascade Virus. And a Defiant Reprisal. All right, well, Steve has dropped an Organized Terrorist Activities and rips out Maruk's Law and sends her out into the land beyond. Okay. Gracie Ducat's been called. Steve rips out Mott and another personnel. And now looks like he needs to start moving forward with some offense of his own, as he is essentially 2 missions behind right now. Being down 50-5. Looks like Steve has chosen not to attempt, so there must be something he feels like he's missing or doesn't want to risk. I feel like that's an overly cautious play on Steve's part. I would say that one of the critiques on Steve's game is his unwillingness to just kind of go after things. He plays a little overly cautious sometimes, in my opinion. Michael takes some draws and draws a Paris, Nick Locarno, which Steve has decided to Cascade Virus, staying, well, I got it in my hand, might as well use it. So Michael simply flies back to the cadet mission and passes turn. Steve drops a Defiant Reprisal, drops a Santos, drawing for 5 and 6, draws for 7. Organized terrorist activities for the 3rd time. All right, so it looks like Steve is going to check to see if there's any law personnel he's missed. And this is definitely the moment where Steve has to be absolutely careful that he makes sure that he makes sure that there's absolutely no one left in that deck, no card left in that deck that can impact his ability to keep the full Nelson lockdown. And Jean-Luc Picard has been removed from the game. So I believe that Steve did not find any law remaining in the deck or any way to blow up events. Greasy Ducat sends Brawl and Togeran into the Beyond place. Quite a pile in the upside down for Michael right now of personnel that have been removed. And now Steve is choosing to get aggressive on the mission solving. He has 34 minutes remaining on the clock for him to try to solve a space in a planet and put Michael into the hurt. Not quite sure here if Michael has any remaining outs other than to simply possibly score his other planet mission and then simply hold off with his own dilemmas against Steve. All right, Steve has declared an 8-person attempt at his planet mission. Michael draws and looks things over. So to core in 5 or 4 or whatever number that is that I can't read is the mission attempt. Michael slaps down 5 dilemmas and says these are space and they suck. So Michael's got 3 dilemmas that have to hold the line here. All right, things are not looking good for Michael right now. Looks like one of them has also been kind of taken out of contention here with Michael's decision making. He's down to 2 dilemmas and he's clearly in the tank wondering if either of them is going to get the job done, but they have to go because you got to try. So, all right, so Steve's going to face 2 dilemmas. And the first one up is pitching in. Okay, so it is a cost 1. Not that that's going to matter here. It's a question of whether or not Steve is able to choose people that are not going to affect his ability to solve the mission here. Okay. All right, so Steve has chosen a security personnel to be stopped. Michael's just simply looking to verify that it is a security personnel. And now Steve is looking for the engineer or programming that he wants to stop that will not keep him from the mission attempt. Okay, it looks like Amoros is the engineer's stop. The other one was a Delrock. All right, Steve shows 15. So there's going to be one kill random here. We'll see if it affects the attempt. Can Michael get lucky?
Oh my God, I can't do the mission.
1 in 7 shot.
That was the one guy I could not afford to lose.
The 1 in 7 shot hits. And Steve is upset. Steve is very upset right now. And Michael remains live. Santos was apparently the mission solver. All right, so Michael has no hand. Steve chooses to score 5 points with his allegiance and passes the turn visibly frustrated on the 1 in 7 shot hitting. All right, Steve looks at me and says, if he doesn't stop him, I have the skills and the attributes. So Michael hits the shot. Definitely some serious 2-way action here happening here in this 3rd round matchup between MVB on the left and Steve Nelson on the right. For those of you who are maybe tuning in late, score is currently 50-10. No, sorry, 50 for Michael, 5 for Steve. Michael goes back to the Strange New Worlds missions and attempts with 5. Michael was able to solve a planet mission pretty quickly when Steve had an extremely poor draw and a draw 4, spend 4, where he could play 0 of the dilemmas, which then allowed Michael to walk through for 35 plus 15. And unfortunately, fate has decided that Steve does not get the same. All right, Steve is unable to. All right, Steve says, I believe you've got it. Michael says, no, I don't. It is your turn. I didn't have anything there. So Michael's bluff attempt in order to get dilemmas underneath has failed inadvertently. Though if I was Steve, I probably wouldn't have considered throwing any anyway, because do you trust yourself that you have kept him off of all of his law? So clearly Michael's in desperation mode here. He has simply chosen to go swing for the fences while he has time. 28.5 minutes are remaining on the clock right now. So of course, Michael does have plenty of time for him to see if he can goad Steve into giving up a couple of dilemmas underneath that mission. Not that I'm sure that does anything. I'm sure Michael has good reasons for it though, as he knows his own deck better than I know his deck. The real question here is whether or not Steve can solve 2 missions before time is up. If Steve had been able to solve that planet mission on a first attempt, that would have been crazy, because then Steve would have had a solid half an hour to solve his other mission. All right, Steve goes in with the full group. So it looks like Michael's on a draw 7, spend 7. But only one dilemma comes out of Mike's hand. And it is the yep. It is the inequitable exchange. Yep. So there goes Cassidy Yates as a captive. Steve is then unable to solve, as Mike has been able to rip out a mission skill again. Nelson getting a little bit of his own medicine here with skill drain. All right, Steve continues to be visibly frustrated at how this is turning out. He had a golden opportunity there to steal that mission on the previous turn, and is now not panning out for him. Michael drops a Guinan. They will each score 5 points. And since Steve does not have a mission solved, Michael's going to go ahead and drop in another +10 off of interrupts. All right. Michael's currently at 35 mission points, 30 bonus points. He hit the field studies. So Michael's chosen to lose 5 points in order to hit a field studies. And one of the dilemmas goes underneath, one of the dilemmas stays on top. All right, another field studies has hit the board. So Michael loses another 5. And a couple more dilemmas get removed here. Looks like Michael's losing another 5 points from something. Not quite sure what. Unless I miss something.
Got 15 now.
So for those of you watching, I am present I am able to maneuver around. I have a headset with a long cord, so I am able to step in to see the cards, see the action, and then simply walk away. And because I have a headset with a microphone so close to my mouth, it may sound loud to you, but I guarantee you it is a whisper to them. I'm a solid 8 feet away from Steve right now as he plays the game. And there is enough ambient noise going on in this hall right now. There's no way that they can hear me. I could literally say, Michael, turn your head and look at me. Michael, turn your head and look at me. And he did not. So they definitely don't hear me. So to answer your question, Brian, Michael was able to double up on Preposterous Plan. Steve has still not solved the mission. So when Michael dropped a guy in, Michael was able to score 15 points. Yep, so there goes the two Preposterous Plans that were in the discard pile for Steve, using Greasy to cut. Steve, of course, is simply making sure he makes his methodical plays and not misses anything. 23 minutes and 20 seconds remain on this clock in our round 3 matchup here between Michael Van Breemen on the left and Steve Nelson on the right. Steve's making some decisions here about how many he wants to attempt with. All right, Steve attempts with 7. And with 2 underneath, Michael will get to draw 5, spend 5. All right, as I wander around over here to see what Michael has drawn. Taking a quick glance and walking away. It appears that Michael has 5 dual dilemmas to choose from here. So Michael has all the choices in the world here, and it looks like he is making a choice. I mean, at this point, Michael has to really balance what he throws, because the moment Steve is able to solve 1 space, 1 planet, the game might be over. So 3 dilemmas go on to the stack. First one's a skeleton crew, and second one is the all the cheapies get stopped dilemma. AI in development is what Steve is processing his way through right now. Oh, I have no idea what's going on here and why. Steve has chosen to blow up his Survey New World in order to give Santos an attribute boost, which then of course opens up Michael to solve his mission. Oh boy. So Michael was able to stop Steve. I have no idea what's going on here right now. I think Steve just made a disastrous move here. He blew up Strange New Worlds for I don't have no idea what reason. It was purely theoretical on his part that he was going to be able to get past that last dilemma. Thank you everyone watching here in our round 3 matchup between Michael Van Breemen and Steve Nelson. This is a 5-round event again today. So we do have 2 more rounds yet to go. Of course, our first round match was essentially a non-round, as literally every player was on a bye. So we are only in our 2nd round of actual action, but the 3rd round of actual play. So I have no idea what's going on here right now. To be perfectly honest, I have no idea why Steve would blow up his own Survey New World and reduce his Nelson lock. I mean, he probably has another copy in his hand, but I don't know why you would blow it up and risk anything to push a Santos through when you still have 1 dilemma yet to face. So I really feel like Steve just took a completely unnecessary risk here. I have no idea. I'm beginning to wonder if the multiple field studies tilted him in some way. Players are making sure that they understand what the score is, and they've agreed on what the current scoring situation is. Michael is way out in front, having solved the mission and scored, I believe. He's still on, I think, 15 bonus points right now, or possibly 20. Right, Michael's making some decisions here about what he wants to do. Steve's just making sure he double checks exactly what the mission's going to require now that his Survey New World has been removed from it. Again, I simply do not understand that play to destroy his Survey New World and remove his Nelson lock. I mean, I feel like the game was a guarantee. Why would you risk it? I have no idea. I am certainly not Steve Nelson, and I've not played his deck. All right, Michael's made an attempt. Steve has drawn some dilemmas here. I have no idea what's going on. To be perfectly honest, from Steve's side of the table here, this commentator is absolutely baffled by Steve's thought process. But then again, I've watched Steve for many, many years make some of the riskiest plays that I've ever seen. So I guess this is definitely on brand for Steve right now. I have no idea why you would open the door to give Michael a chance to solve a space mission. No clue. Steve remains deep in the tank here with his dilemmas, trying to decide what he wants to do here. Because I mean, obviously now he's decided. I mean, with Steve's decision to blow up his own survey, his own Strange New Worlds, Steve has basically put himself into a half Nelson move here, because now his dilemmas absolutely have to hold up. So Steve being very deliberate here. Of course, all this deliberation would be entirely unnecessary in this announcer's opinion if he just would have left his full Nelson lock in place. Well, while Steve continues to make some decisions here, he's got to make a decision at some point, and here it comes. And it is an Oracle's Punishment with 1 consume. Michael will reveal his personnel. This will most likely be enough then for Steve to be able to stop this attempt, since he knows that he can just simply remove skills. But there are 16 minutes left on the clock, and a lot of time is being wasted on Steve's side of the board. If he just leaves his half Nelson lock into place, he should know that Michael is unable to solve that mission without law on the board. And this is just Michael killing the clock. So, I mean, this is some, in this announcer's opinion, this is some great play by Michael to keep fighting, and some really poor play on Steve Nelson's part here. But of course, again, take everything I say with a grain of salt, because Steve knows his deck better than I know his deck. So if there's some kind of long game being played here by Steve, I mean, I'm not seeing it, but it could be there. So, but my hat's off to Michael here for his methodical use of grinding out the clock and making plays that might put Steve on tilt, which some of them have appeared to be very successful. That Steve has been pretty visibly frustrated during most of this matchup. Starting with Michael's ability to get through that first mission even to begin with on a draw 4, spend 4, and then a 90% tilt on Steve's part when he was unable to get through his mission when Michael literally only had 2 dilemmas that he could play. And the Delrock was able to 1 in 7 shot his mission solving skill. And really, it feels to this announcer like since that moment, Steve has just been playing erratically. Okay. So we have a Kalita drop, forcing the security drills back on top of Michael's deck. Steve is taking a couple of draws here. He drops a roll iron for 7, so no Survey New World. No replay of a Survey New World onto Michael's mission. So I continue to be absolutely baffled by Steve's play here. No idea why he would take all that time to remove Michael's Law, only to then say, you know what, you don't need it anymore. So I think at this point, we do have confirmation from just the way both players are playing that there is no law in Michael's deck anymore. But of course, the mission that Michael is attempting doesn't require law now. Made a decision to attempt with 8 on the planet. Michael draws 4 and will spend 4. All right. Michael remains very cool, calm, and collected here in his decision-making process. Michael, as always, a real professional of the game. However, Michael shows to Steve that guess what? Fortune is smiling back on you after some luck early in the game. I've drawn 4 that I can't spend either. So you have now auto-passed the game. So we do have a significant turn of events here. But I really feel like Steve has just blown this game for himself by destroying that Survey New World. Or Strange New World, I'm sorry. All right, so Steve has solved all of his personal are available to him and are not stopped. He's lamenting his inability to go home and to a space mission. And there are 12 minutes left on the clock here. So this game is definitely in the tight right now. All right, Steve is checking his skills and deciding who he wants to try to take to space. And he looks like he is taking 9 to the space mission. So Michael is going to draw 9 and spend 9 here. I really feel like this game would be in the bag for Steve with 11.5 minutes to go yet and a full complement of people to attempt space if he had simply left the Strange New Worlds on Michael's mission. So one dilemma slightly overbooked comes from Michael. All right, so the slightly overbooked has stopped enough of Steve's people that he is not able to solve. So Michael is able to 1-drop stop Steve here at the space mission. And play will pass back to Michael, who essentially draws his deck out and plays a Morgan Bateson and a Dorian Collins. And the remaining field studies will hit play. So the top 2 are revealed and the planet goes back and the space will go underneath. Sorry, the dual dilemma will go underneath. So once again here, All right, so Steve is openly saying, you kept that one law. If I just would have been able to nab that one more law. So apparently there might be another law on the board for Michael. And that may have been the reason why Steve was willing to destroy that Survey New World. But I guess I haven't seen that law played for Michael. I guess as I've been looking at his people as he fans through them, I haven't been seeing it, but my eyes aren't all that great these days. So oh, we got a can't use from Steve. Oh boy. So all right. All right. We've got a bold plan. A bold plan has revealed an ace. Steve is called honor. All right. So Torgerin dies again. Okay. Player Steve has asked for an agreement on what the score currently is. The score is currently 55 for Michael and 50 for Steve. All right, so
Needed a kill. I needed 2 kills. Yep. 26, 29, 34.
all right. All right, Michael was unable to solve, apparently. He looked at me and said, I'm going in for the win right now. But when he counted out his attributes, he was unable to solve it. He was unable to solve it. The ace kill was enough to keep Michael off of that solve. Now, the personnel that were revealed in the mission attempt, not a single one of them have law. So again, I believe that Steve is simply miscounted and he operated under nope, he's replayed the Survey New World, the Strange New World. So, all right. All right, this game really got interesting again with 6 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Strange New World re-hit the table. And Michael did not reveal law personnel to Steve when he was attempting to solve the mission. So I believe that Steve is capitalizing on that. All right, Steve makes an attempt with 8. So we got to draw 7, spend 7 for Michael here. Just over 6 minutes. 6 minutes and 3 seconds are on the clock here. And Steve is attempting to go in to try to get a modified win. Because it appears that with the survey, the Strange New World's re-hitting the table. I don't know that Michael can solve that mission here now. What an incredible turn of events. Just an incredible turn of events here if Steve is able to somehow massage this situation back into the win after seemingly giving it up. But that is why Steve is known around here in 2E as the mad scientist. He makes plays that I never would. All right, so first lumber revealed has removed Santos. And all right, Steve is pretty upset about that. Steve seems pretty upset about it. All right, so it appears that the ripping off the face mask, getting rid of Santos will bring in a Balana, but Steve is convinced that he is not able to solve now. And the second dilemma revealed. All right. All right. Arsenal display was the second dilemma and apparently had no real effect, and it goes underneath the mission. Steve says that if he would have known that was coming, he may have got the right personal to beat it, but I don't think it was material because Steve seemed pretty convinced that losing Santos was gonna make it so he couldn't solve the mission anyway. 7 of 9 hits the table. All right. Michael has played 7 of 9 and flown home. With only one ship in play, he's not able to fly back to his space mission anyway. So the turn will pass to Steve. All right. Steve is making decisions on what he wants to play. Looks like it's read for 1, draw for 2, draw for 3. And we've got a play of all right, just a moment, everybody. I have to go make a judge call. Okay, I am back, everybody. So looks like Steve is in the middle of facing a GOM2. All right, GOM2 will hit and stop Steve. We've got 2 minutes remaining. All right, Michael went first. Michael went first, so we'll see if he was hiding the law somewhere and I didn't see it. All right. All right, so it'll be a draw 0, spend 0 if Michael goes with 9. Michael's deciding to go with 7, it looks like. All right, we'll see where the law is. Oh, there was a Mark Jemison. Yep, there was a Mark Jemison hiding somewhere that I didn't see. I wonder if Michael was hiding it at his headquarters the entire game. So Steve was correct. Yep. So apparently there was a Mark Jemison that was hiding the entire game. So Steve's count was correct. Which again, so it looks like Steve's entire sequence surrounding Survey New World didn't really end up, Strange New World ended up not mattering, but right. So Steve is lamenting the fact that he used his early play stalling for time instead of holding it for late game. So, yep, it looks like Michael was playing an incredibly crafty game there. hiding and protecting one law personnel, which Steve was aware of. So that does better explain why Steve was willing to blow up his strange new world there and take the risk. But time has been called. So it looks like Michael is able to squeak that one out. Michael was able to squeak that one out. This announcer would very much like to congratulate Michael Van Breemen on an incredibly well-played game there. Hiding the one law so that the opponent really didn't see it, and the announcer didn't even see it because he had it sitting face down nonchalantly underneath his earth for probably 35, 40 minutes of that game. So just an incredible sleight of hand play by Michael right there. Steve was fully aware of it. He was on top of it, and that explains a lot of his mid to late game plays there. But at the same time, I'm questioning throwing dilemmas at all. If you don't see it, and your opponent does not fly back to earth, I don't know why you'd play dilemmas at all. But the counterpoint to that would be simply that's the reason why Michael was willing to buy his way through field studies in order to try to keep burying that mission and set it up. So, all righty, everybody, that's our round 3 feature match here between Michael Van Breemen and Steve Nelson. Congratulations to Michael Van Breemen on an incredibly hard-fought win there. Tough break for Steve. That would have been a very interesting game if he'd have been able to get through that first planet mission on a 1-attempt solve with a draw 4 spin 4. So, all right, that is our round 3 feature match. I will be stepping away here for a moment. I got a couple of games that are also done, and they're calling for TDs over there. So I will be stepping away. All right, so it looks like once again, Jeremy and Justin's going to be involved in another bit of a overtime situation here. So we do have a couple of results that I can give you right now. In the game between versus Maggie Geppert and Mark Muston, Maggie was able to pull out yet another full win, 100-65, and another squeaker. Apparently, it came down to Maggie top decking a timescape. So for those of you who have been wondering where the timescapes are, Maggie just won with it. So there you go. It is present and it is impacting games. So again, Maggie, congratulations to her on her round 3 win, 100-65 against Mark. So that puts Maggie as one of our undefeateds. And in a surprising upset in the Keith versus Chris Sonsby game, Keith Rupp pulls out a modified win versus Chris, 75-70. So congratulations to Keith on a very nice win. All right, so right now we've got MVB and Maggie Geppert sitting as our undefeated. We have got Mark Muston sitting at 9 victory points. Steve Nelson and Keith Rupp are both at 8 victory points. Chris Sonsby sits at 6 victory points, and we are waiting on the results from Justin and Jeremy. Okay, we do have a final result now from the Justin Ford Jeremy Benedict game. Justin Ford has pulled out a mod win, 65-35. So that will put Justin Ford in the 8.8 victory points category. And Jeremy Benedict with a mod loss. Will be in the 6 victory point category. So give me a moment here. I'll be calculating our round 4 matchups. Of course, MVB versus Maggie Geppert is the easy pairing. Both are undefeated with full victories. And it looks like Mark at 9 is going to be a pair down to the 8s. Mark cannot play. Mark cannot play Jeremy Benedict. But Jeremy is not one of the options. So it looks like we are going to go ahead and have Mark do a random selection here between his possible opponents. So as of right now, Mark plays Justin. Keith has not played Steve Nelson, so it looks like all of our matchups are going to work here. So Maggie playing Michael, Justin playing Mark, Steve Nelson playing Keith, and Chris playing Jeremy. We are going to take a momentary pause here, though, for a quick little lunch break. So we will be back here in somewhere between 15 and 45 minutes. So please stay logged in, stay tuned in. And we will have more action for you here. All right, so I'll be stepping away here momentarily. Thank you. Alrighty, Trek fans, we are back from our lunch break. So we're going to go ahead and get our pairings announced here real soon. And we will have a feature match between Michael Van Breemen and Maggie Geppert for you. So it looks like MVB can just literally just hold his seat. He isn't where he needs to be. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to have our round 4 match here momentarily. All right, the pairings have been announced to the players who are all taking their seats, although we are -1 Chris Sonsteby is coming back from the facilities. So that'll give us a moment here to thank our sponsors for this round 4 matchup. Reginald's Pawn Shop. Reginald has the things to make you go. And Captain Nog's Great Material Continuum. You can get anything at Captain Nog's. Well, anything except your own Latinum back. And of course, our #1 sponsor for today, Quark's Bar, Grill, Gaming House, and Hollow Sweet Arcade. Come to Quark's. Quark's is fun. Come right now. Don't walk, run. All right. Well, looks like Michael and Maggie are both deep into the process of shuffling their decks. Maggie's deck looks a little hefty here in size. Looks like it's about 40% bigger than Michael's. Giggity. And the competitors have wished each other the best of luck as they get their decks placed and lay out their missions. And Michael, of course, as we saw previously, is on TNG Feds with an apparent 2-mission win strategy. And Maggie is on Delta Quadrant, apparently 2-mission win Borg. So we are going to see a relatively quick match here of 2 players trying to get their 2 missions in before their opponent. So dilemma plays will be at a premium this round. And once again, thank you to our host today, Asmodee Game Center here in Roseville, Minnesota. Weather is much nicer today here in Minnesota. Yesterday was extremely overcast, cloudy, rainy, and there were some intermittent thunderstorms that passed through. And today it is just partially cloudy, 78 degrees roughly, with a light wind. It was absolutely beautiful outside as I sat in the parking lot eating my lunch with Maggie, Justin, and Jeremy. So I will have a moment of honesty for you, those watching at home, that I, in that moment, thought, why am I not golfing? So beautiful day here, sun shining through the windows along the wall that we are playing against. And I'll go ahead and get us going here in our round 4 matchup here momentarily. All right, and we are off here. It looks like Michael has won the roll and will be going first, and a Karen Ferris and a Maruk and a 7 of 9 and a John Luke Picard have all hit the table on turn 1. So Michael gets going here real fast. And of course, John Luke will get the download of the Enterprise D, his matching ship. So Michael with an explosive opening turn. Maggie is able to drop a 6-cost ship and use, I think, Miracle Worker in order to take some draws. So a big ship, Tatvi from Maggie. Of course, with a deck the size of Maggie's, the ability to churn through your deck is going to be a bit of a premium, so she can find the personnel and cheater cards that she needs, as well as a few key events that I'm sure are present in her deck as well. All right, so Maggie has made some decisions here and passes the turn to Michael and discards her Miracle Working. Michael takes a draw, plays Riley Geppert in his extremely square jaw, as well as a Dorian Collins Moonface, and Morgan Bateson, letting us know that it is posh in Seattle. All right, Maggie drops a Requisitions drone, looks, has a take, and puts 3 underneath. Followed up with a Computation drone for bonus cunning, a random drone with skills, takes a couple of draws, and passes the turn to Michael. Torgren hits the board for Michael after a couple of draws. All right, Michael's going to look through his personnel, but he has passed the turn to Maggie. Maggie takes a draw and drops a big queen. Takes a draw for 5 and takes her draw for 6. And takes a draw for 7. And I get the feeling that the Computation drone is going to go away, and it does. As Maggie had too many cards in hand. Seth Matthews drops for 0. Michael takes a couple of draws, drops a Brawl, and another Torgren. So the Torgren twins are on the board already. Looks like Maggie has chose to use the recall on the Miracle Working at +1 in order to do some more Miracle Working. She has declared that she cannot get it done. She doesn't have the power. So 2 counters spent for Maggie at this point, and looks like she's going to go ahead and play yet another Miracle Working out of hand. So 3 counters spent for a pair of Miracle Working as she goes deep into the filtering early. So it's looking early like Maggie is more concerned with finding the right cards than just dropping people into play. So, and as I'm looking over her shoulder and looking at her hand, I can understand the decision making here. It was a little loaded down with tech and not enough actual personnel in hand anyway. So it looks like Maggie is going to go ahead and filter that hand, get a few more personnel, and drop a few more tech cards back to the deck. And then passes the turn to Michael, who will drop a quick Enterprise D and take a 7 counter draw. And he's probably got enough people to start moving, which he does. So it looks like the Baku planet will be attempted here. Oh, I guess not. Michael has simply chosen to beam down, but has not declared a mission attempt. Nope, there's the mission attempt declare. So it looks like Maggie will draw 7, spend 7 here. All right, Maggie's made her selections. Looks like a timescape into an intimidation. All right, looks like Brawl and Karen Ferris will take the hit, and a Pillage and Plunder is going to get a kill. All right, death be upon Maruk. Not Yuta, Maruk. Maruk will take the kill this time. All right, turn passes to Maggie, who's going to take a draw. Take another draw. He's going to play a Quintessence. And an overrun. All right, so now Maggie is definitely going to be trying to maneuver her way into getting enough personnel in play to really activate and abuse the overrun. So Maggie puts the timescape from the previous turn underneath her dilemma pile, as Michael Van Breemen has chosen to take a few draws here before dropping Guinan, and it looks like some bonus points are going to get scored here. All right, so Michael's going to score 5, and then he's going to drop 2 preposterous plans and score a total of 15 off of his Guinan. So 5 for Maggie, 15 for Michael off the preposterous plan plays and Guinan. All right, we got a rules question here. I'll be stepping away for a moment. All right, just a simple rules clarification between Jeremy and Chris. Jeremy played a common ground. Chris is on relativity. And so they just wanted to get verification that they were correct on their interpretation, which is that Chris would actually not get a free personnel because he doesn't have a headquarters, and with no finding our way in play to utilize its text, then Chris just simply doesn't get a personnel, and Jared gets a 1-cost big fatty. So looks like that was resolved on its own. They just needed my confirmation that they thought they were doing it right, and they were. So Bridge Officer's Test has been played by Michael in the interim here as I kind of catch up to what's going on. Looks like Michael is attempting to Bridge O test his way through a nothing to lose. Morgan Bateson's going to bite it And then looks like Michael's going to probably have the solve here. Okay, so the solve is on, and Michael has scored 10 from the ship, giving Maggie another 5. And yep, it looks like Michael's already up 1 mission to 0. So Maggie's got some work to do to catch up here, as Michael's deck has fired off. All right, so it looks like Maggie's chosen to use the quintessence that she has in play. And it looks like one of the Borg brats has hit the table. Third is at the table, so Maggie will have to pitch 3 off the top of the deck, which she's done. And then has declared that she will play third as the card play. So she'll go ahead and get a personnel equal to or less than the number of cards in her hand. And since she has a pretty full grip, it's anybody that she has in the deck at this point. Looks like she's chosen the 3 cost 7 of 9. And she has declared that she's playing her counters 4 through 6. Michael gives a cut of the deck. A bit of a fumbly cut. And Maggie draws for 7. All right. Maggie's looking at her personnel, giving it a count. She's loading on board. I don't know that she has enough to activate overrun yet. But she has done 1 mission to 0 already. So she is going to fly over to space and make an attempt. And she has declared the attempt, so Michael draws dilemmas. I think it's an 8-person attempt is what I heard. And all right, Maggie appears to believe that she caught something. But she does reveal the first dilemma. And looks like an in development. So probably just an auto shutdown of this mission attempt. All right, out of the 4 personnel, 1 continues. And secret identity. So one would expect Michael will most likely select the queen here. But before she goes away, it looks like Maggie is going to swap out third for a computation drone. And then the queen will go away. And Locutus will come into play. Nope, correction on that one. Locutus may have been in play already, but the queen was selected. There was some back and forth between the players there. And it looks like a quantum drone is going to enter the group that continues. All right, so Michael's dilemmas backing up his offensive play here and kind of giving Maggie a double hammer blow here, as she appears to be pretty far behind. Yeah, so it appears Lokitas was already in play on this. So losing the queen meant that she had to go simply get whatever she thought was the next best choice. But she is checking to see if she has skills and attributes. Nope, it appears that she does not. So mission attempt is a fail. And apparently there was nothing in her hand that could help her deal with that. All right, play passes over to Michael, who drops a quick security drills for 0. Mott for 0. And a Nog to take a look at the top 4 dilemmas of Maggie's dilemma file. She will not get to rearrange them. He just gets to see them. Nog, of course, some really good old school tech. Best in your opening hand, so you can look at your opponent's dilemma pile and see the type of dilemma pile that your opponent's playing. Sometimes that information is absolutely critical to making good early turn plays. But after you've got a mission solved, now it's just more of a question for Michael of using Nog just to kind of have an idea of what it is he might need to plan around. So again, a little less strong here in the mid game for Nog, but still useful nonetheless. Information's always good. Michael makes a quick decision to maneuver his people, and it looks like he's going to go in at the cadet mission with 8. "42 minutes remain on the clock. All right. As Maggie cruises through her dilemmas here, we're going to go ahead and take a moment to thank our sponsor, Sluggo Cola. Drink Sluggo Cola, the slimiest cola in the galaxy. Looks like Maggie's definitely got some options here. At least 6 of them were definitely viable. And now she's down to 3. And it looks like she's just simply making sure that the sequencing here is going to work out the way that she wants it to. All right, decision has been made, and there are 3 dilemmas in the stack. Michael reveals the first one. And it is a well-prepared defenses. Not surprising here, since Maggie has nothing but big fat, big booty missions. So a well-prepared defenses is going to go ahead and get a choice stop. All right, Maggie's looking for the personnel, and it looks like right now Jean-Luc Picard seems to be a first choice selection here, but she is double checking to see if there's anything else she wants to go with instead. Looks like she's taking close eye at both Guinan and Mott. So I think at this point she might be just thinking that she's trying to get enough attributes stopped. And it looks like Guinan will be the stop. So I'm wondering if attributes here is the issue. So second dilemma in the stack is going to be a slightly overbooked, which Michael admits is going to stop nearly everybody, and adopted authority is going to stop the remaining person in bounds. So a 1-2-3 punch from Maggie here at the cadet mission. And Michael passes the turn back to Maggie. All right. Quintessence has been declared. All right, here comes another copy of the Queen. She ripped off the mask to reveal that she was just a regular drone, and she simply has transferred her consciousness into a new body and is going to be re-entering play here pretty soon, but it will be at the cost of 4 cards off the top of the deck. But Maggie's just going to go ahead and quick play her. Ooh, some good personnel. Good personnel going to the discard pile, but that's not necessarily a bad thing for Maggie with the drone swap Queen. That's fodder. That's fodder for situational. And we have a drop of one of the random first contact green eyeball drones. And she's going to go ahead and go back to the mission and make another attempt. And it looks like Maggie has enough personnel to trigger the overrun. Although I don't know if it's a trigger of the overrun so much as it is she's letting Michael know that she has enough that it's going to be live. All right, 2 dilemmas for Michael. First one's going to go ahead and be Swashbuckler at heart. So apparently Michael is convinced that his next dilemma needs protection from interrupts. And it is a follow-up with an any methods necessary. I am not personally familiar with this card, so I'll be taking a look at it. Yes, medical with integrity less than 5 or intelligence. Otherwise, it's a capture and everyone is stopped. Borg are definitely not going to have, or highly unlikely to have either of those. Ooh, computation drone is going to go to the capture zone, go to the brig. All the Borg are stopped afterwards. So there are now 4 dilemmas underneath Maggie's mission, and Michael still has a pretty commanding lead. Let's look at Nige. Miss Ferris and Cadet Douche Leader, as well as Mark Jameson, are going to hit the table. So there has been a declaration of what Jameson is going to download. And I believe it was a personnel was what was called. Maggie looks pretty intently through the selection of personnel that she has in her deck. Looks like she's looking for something in particular. Okay, I think there's probably a skill that she wants to have more of. There it is. It is a countermeasure drone. Looks like Maggie is concerned about being able to get some more of the Borg shenanigan interrupts into her hand on command, as she lost them to the Swashbuckler on the previous attempt. I think she is concerned about. All right, so field studies, loss of 5 points for Michael for his trouble, but he is going to get 1 free dilemma underneath, followed quickly by another field studies and another overcome dilemma, and a 3rd field studies to really bring down the hammer. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is your hammer products. Nothing hits like a hammer. Smash of the game. 3 consecutive field studies for Michael. 4 dilemmas overcome underneath the gloss of 15 points that he didn't care about. Hammer. Nothing hits like a hammer. Michael's going to run home and reconfigure his personnel. And after such an incredible smashing of dilemmas, it looks like he's going to go ahead and follow up with a little bit of a micro tickle. First you hammer, then you tickle. But yes, Michael's simply splaying the personnel onto the table so that Maggie can see them. He's not concerned about whether or not Maggie knows what's coming or not at this point, as he is definitely in some form of a micro team mode. Yeah. So, yeah, Michael's just double checked what he wants to do, make sure he has what he needs. He's going to attempt. Mott's going to reduce. There are appears to be 5 dilemmas underneath. Mott's reduced it, so Maggie's on a draw 0, spend 0. Michael shows that he has it. Maggie is in agreement. And we have a game, ladies and gentlemen, at 27 minutes, 10 seconds. We have a victory for Michael Van Breemen over Maggie Geppert. Michael retains his undefeated and will have to go to round 5 to defend his title. Just an incredible offensive smashing on the part of Michael Van Breemen in that game. The deck fired out just absolutely at the A+ level, whereas Maggie seemed to struggle. She clogged. Her hand was clogged from the very beginning. Not visible on camera, but as I stood behind her as she did all those miracle workings, the reason why she had to keep smashing the miracle working button was that she found all of her cheater interrupts and not really any of her personnel early. When she recalled her miracle working, all she ended up drawing was a second and third ship that she didn't need, as well as 2 interrupts. So just an unfortunate draw for Maggie's deck. But of course, you know, the Overrun Borg is a more methodical moving deck, whereas Michael's smashing the weenies and trying to go fast. So it's not surprising that Michael's deck was able to move as quickly as it did, but things just really fired off in an uncanny manner for that deck in this game. And then of course Maggie's dilemma plays were not they were not bad, but unfortunately they were not the right dilemmas that she needed to hold Michael off. So Maggie's dilemma plays in that game were definitely as good as she was able to come up with, but the dilemmas that she drew were just simply not the right ones that she needed to hold Michael off with such a fast crew. So congratulations to Michael on his round 4 win here. He remains undefeated and will move on to face who is ever remaining to challenge him at the top of the hill. Maggie will drop to 3-1 and will attempt to win her remaining match to try to create a situational 3-way tie at the top, maybe. This announcer has not yet done the math to see whether that's even a possibility or not, but that is the hope that Maggie will hold on to here in round 5. All right. All right. Maggie and MVB are currently sitting there talking out the game. Maggie's explaining to Michael that basically what I had just said a moment ago, that she just kept drawing verbs and ships and was struggling to find the personnel that she needed in order to get enough people in a play to get going. I mean, Maggie was able to get a queen out pretty quickly. She was able to get some of her good personnel out quickly, but Michael's weenies were just simply too much, too quick. And Maggie's dilemmas, like I said before, were just simply not enough to be able to handle that kind of a fast onslaught. And then, of course, since Michael was also on a 2-mission win, the normal amount of time that Maggie might get additionally is just simply not present because they are both going for the same number of missions. Whereas in previous rounds, Maggie's been able to take advantage of the fact that she's on 2 missions and her opponents have not been. So, alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, this announcer is going to be stepping away here for just a moment to check on some of the other games. But before I do, we'd like to thank our additional round 4 sponsor, the Rycian Board of Tourism. No correction, I apologize. We'd like to thank our additional sponsor, the Our Ladies and Co-Husbands of Denobula Medical Center, where we're moving healthcare forward for 11 months straight without sleep. All right, everybody. Ostrone here, back from dealing with some questions and monitoring some of the late stages of some of the games that we're finishing up here. Just some outcomes for you to know about. Justin Ford and Mark Muston ended in a true tie, 65-65. So that has officially granted Michael Van Breemen the win. Mathematically, Michael is unassailable, as only Maggie could possibly touch him, and he has the head-to-head tiebreaker. So congratulations to Michael Van Breemen. He is our second edition 2022 North American Continental Champion. So I'm sure right now Amber is back in Seattle celebrating. So congratulations again to Michael. And then that creates a situation where now we are going to be the fight for the second and third place is on. So right now, Mark Muston and Maggie and Steve Nelson and technically Justin Ford are all mathematically still in contention for second and third. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put the match between Maggie Geppert and Steve Nelson on camera, as the winner of that game, I believe, will lock. If they get a full win, they will lock up second place. Mark will have a game against Michael Van Breemen. If Michael pulls out a full win, he just continues to solidify and kind of will officially knock Mark out of trophy contention. So that is a must-win game for Mark if he wants to get some hardware to take home. Of course, Mark already has some hardware that he took home from first edition yesterday, so he would not go home empty-handed. But I know that Mark is definitely going to want to fight for that second or third place possibly here. But the winner of Steve and Maggie, if it goes full, will easily be the second place, I believe. Especially if it's Maggie. If Maggie's able to pull out a full win here, she'll easily lock up second place. If Steve is able to pull out some kind of a win, he will be in contention for second place. But it's actually somewhat dependent on Mark's game and Justin's game. Steve could pull out a mod win here, and the math potentially works out that I believe either Justin or Mark would be able to actually overtake him, and would of course overtake Maggie by default, because she would only get one victory point. Okay. All right. We had one drop though. Keith Rupp has been forced to drop. He got a text message during his game with Steve, and he was also not very happy about how that game kind of finished out. So Keith has dropped in order to get on the road back to South Dakota. So that is unfortunate, but that is the nature of things. He got a text message that he should get back to South Dakota, so that he's going to get on the road right away. And Jeremy Benedict has been granted the bye then, and will help me finish managing the rest of this tournament here. We only have one round remaining, which is our round 5. Again, congratulations to Michael Van Breemen for locking up first place. So he is just in a defend the hill situation. So I just got a happy gram from Chris, or frustration gram from Chris. Twice today, he has matched sleeves with his opponents. And so managing the table space has been at a premium for him. So, all right. I agree, Ben. That is absolutely the card that'll be Maggie's MVP in this game if she's able to sneak him down. So, okay. So we'll go ahead and get things started here. All right, and the clock has begun in our final round matchup here. Again, on camera on the left, we have Steve Nelson playing the Maquis deck that you've seen before, and Maggie's Borg deck. And this is going to be a real slobber knocker game here. All right, so looks like Maggie won the roll, and she's coming out firing with the Borg Queen and the 3-cost Korok drone. Would have been interesting to see if Maggie would have been able to drop 2 of 9 out of the opening hand if she'd have gotten lucky, but it does not appear to be that way. Now we'll have to see whether or not Maggie's able to find her 2 of 9 early here, get him into play and try to protect him before a cascade virus hits. I will certainly do that, Derek, once I have a moment here in the action. I'll let her know that you wish her luck. Thanks for watching, and good luck to you in your D&D session tonight. All right, so it looks like Unimatrix 0101 has hit the table for Maggie. She has downloaded 4th. And so she's going to go ahead and download her 2 events. Quintessence. So that's definitely going to be a key card for Maggie here. This early in the game, we'll see whether or not it's going to be enough for her to be able to get around a cascade virus here. But of course, though, even if Steve has the cascade virus, the question will really become, can he find Greasy Ducat? Can he find Greasy Ducat? Because if Maggie is able to make a mission attempt and use the drone swapping queen that she got out immediately, she'll be able to get 2 of 9 back into play, and Steve's events will no longer be safe. In which case, Maggie would have the green light to be able to do her missions without biogenic or strange new worlds interference. So this is going to be a tough matchup for Steve. This is going to be a tough one. Not going to lie. I mean, I think with these early plays, the game is already favoring Maggie here. Cal Hudson hits the board for Steve here on his turn, so he's going to go ahead and download a Maquis ship. And it is the Defiant. It looks like Steve is wasting no time going big this game. All right. Tuvok has also hit the table in addition to another personnel. So Maggie's declared Quintessence. All right, Maggie's making some searching here, and she's decided to go big for a ship. I'm guessing Maggie's deciding that she's going to maybe try to inadvertently take advantage of the lack of a Greasy Ducat on Steve's part in order to maybe get a 2 of 9 into the discard pile quickly. All right, Steve pointing out that Maggie has forgotten that she's got to discard off the top of the deck first. 3 of 9's going in, I can see that. All right, it looks like the Quantum drone. Yep, and the Tactician drone, as well as a ship and a few other cards are going in. No 2 of 9 was in that group, so 2 of 9 is still viable here, but what's really more important is the Tactician drone hit the discard pile. So if Steve is unable to Greasy Ducat the Tactician drone away, Maggie will have the ability to recur what she needs. But all right, Steve's flashing Greasy Ducat, so Steve flashed this announcer Greasy Ducat. So looks like Steve's going to have some Greasy Ducat action available to him here once things kind of get going. right, Greasy Ducat hits the table, and Steve windmill slams, getting rid of the miracle working and the tactician drone. So things are heating up on Steve's side of the board here. Putting the screws to Maggie a little bit here with Greasy Ducat. And that's going to be much big. That's Greasy Ducat's definitely going to keep Maggie's deck in check here now from this point forward, because without the ability to queen swap, I mean, things are going to get a little hairy for Maggie later in the game. But she has called another quintessence at the start of turn, and she's going to go get Locutus. Locutus is undoubtedly going to be a rather large play for her, because if she can squeeze some bonus points against Steve, she may not need to solve 2 missions in order to win here. All right, a ship, a couple of interrupts, and a strength boosting drone. Sorry, it's an interrupt, a ship, a strength boosting drone, and a ship were what hit the discard pile. All right. 4 of 9 hits the table for Maggie as well. And she's going to load up on her ship. She's going to use 4 of 9's ability to go download 2 personnel. It's a rather interesting play on her part. I wonder if she's banking on, yep, here comes 2 of 9. And there is definitely a corner case play here where if Maggie is able to play the 2 of 9 next turn, let Steve Cascade Virus it, and then go out and attempt the mission, she may force Steve to play a dilemma, at which point she will be able to queen swap 2 of 9 back into play, but before Steve would be able to use the Greasy Ducat. So that's going to be an interesting line here to see whether or not Maggie, if that's actually what she's going to do here or not, because, all right, there is a rules question here. And it looks like the players have agreed on what the sequence has to be. All right, we get a cut from Steve. And of course, that was an action. So play is passing over to Steve. And it looks like he's dropping William Patrick Samuels, which allows him to draw 2 cards for free after showing 2 Maggie leaders. All right, Steve is not happy with what he drew, but I don't know that Steve's ever happy with what he draws. So definitely some back and forth going here between the players. Both decks are just kind of setting up. Oh, Steve has nuked the quintessence. That's a hard nuke. Took a lot of counters, but Steve is quick to get rid of the quintessence out of it. And a quantum drone was the other selection out of the discard pile to be removed. All right, Steve has too many cards in hand, so Shankar's biting it to the discard pile, which means that most likely he's got another one in hand. Strength in numbers. Oh, there's the Cascade Virus. So strength in numbers. Okay. All right. So the two of 9 has been Cascade Virus. So Maggie has a couple of personnel in play here. And it looks like she's looking at her personnel. Oh, and she's going to let pass the turn. So it appeared that the line of play that I saw for Maggie, simply not going to happen. So unfortunately for Maggie, unless she has another 2 of 9 in the deck, things are going to look a little rough here going forward for her. Steve takes a couple of draws. All right. Plays an event to his core and drops the Santos. All right. Here comes the Greasy Ducat. There goes the 2 of 9. And there goes the Strength Booster drone. Both removed from the discard pile and voided from existence. Once again, Steve's got too many cards in hand, so an extra Greasy Ducat's going to go away. Maggie's going to draw 1 on her turn. And drop a Requisition drone. All right, so she's going to look at the bottom 3 cards of her deck, choose to play one if she wants. All right, so Unique Drone getting played from the bottom of the deck. 11 of 18. And it looks like Maggie's going to take the rest in draws. And Maggie has chosen to pass the turn. So both decks taking a few turns here to get set up. This is not surprising, though. I mean, Steve's deck only moves methodically, takes quite a while before it gets going. It spends all of its early turns just trying to keep the opponent under control. Greasy Ducat's going to go ahead and remove a few things here. And it looks like a couple of events are going to go away. And of course, the Borg deck takes quite a few turns getting set up. It's more of a steamroller style as well. So of course, the Borg deck wants to hit a critical threshold of 10 plus personnel before it goes and runs into a mission. Of course, though, Steve's deck here is not going to mission solve early, not even going to attempt. He's just trying to build up a group. And of course, he's going to be hampered by the fact that a lot of his draws are not going to be ideal. His math's not going to work out. And this is, of course, exactly what's happening. In order to make sure he has the tech cards he needs to keep Maggie under some kind of a control, he's having to draw too many cards. And he's pitching a solid 4 or 5 cards here. So it appears that most of it is fluff, but at least one organized terror activities was discarded. So that's one opportunity for Steve that's going to go away because he doesn't have any recursion in that deck. So pitching an organized terrorist activities basically means it never will get played. He does have 2 more on the deck, I believe. So it's not like he doesn't have any more, but that's one less option. Couple of draws, couple of cheap drone plays for Maggie. The Security Exo Interlinker and one of the Necessary Evil drones came along with it. Looks like it's the Acclamation drone. I apologize. It's one of the Call to Arms drones. The Acclamation drone, I believe, was the other one. Yeah, Ben, I completely agree with you there. I would have even not played. I would have not played the 2 of 9 into Steve. I wouldn't have tried to sneak him in. Not until you're on the turn you're exactly the turn you're going to attempt, because you just can't put him into the discard pile to have Greasy Ducat take care of him. You have to skis a way to get him in. But Maggie has gone over and she is making an attempt here. So one of the things that's interesting though is that Steve's dilemmas are not really designed to just wreck an opponent. They're more designed just to kind of hold off and bolster the removal of law from the deck. So we'll see what Steve comes up with here. He's shaking his head and he's checking some skills and some attributes on Maggie's mission. So I'm guessing he's checking to see how much he's going to get off a particular demo, but he slaps down a 3-card dilemma stack and seems a little upset about his options. Causal recursion. And Maggie's got too many discarded cards in her discard pile. So she's going to be able to just go ahead and say no to the causal recursion. So that's a whiff. All right. So even though Steve's been able to Greasy Ducat her, not enough to keep her from preventing a causal recursion. So Maggie's still on 100 points to win here. Adopted Authority has been revealed now, so Maggie will go ahead and do a random selection. We'll see if Steve is able to avoid the Queen or Locutus here. Queen or Locutus would be disaster. Oh. It is the attribute boosting drone. Doesn't choose himself though, so there's a second stop and the dilemma bounces. And nothing to lose. So unless Maggie's got a way to somehow come up with acquisition on an integrity less than 4, doesn't look like she's going to be able to stop this. Looks like Maggie's checking for something though. I wonder if she has a way to like bridge officers test this and still solve. And she's looking through her hand right now. The fact that Maggie's not auto quitting on facing this dilemma definitely leads this player to this announcer to believe that she's got some kind of shenanigan that she's double checking to see whether or not she can pull it off and pull out the solve. So if she can't pull out the solve behind the shenanigan, there's no point in doing it because nothing to lose will be overcome if it's not completed. So I'm guessing that Maggie's just double checking her math here to make sure that she can do it. She's kind of gripping the queen pretty tightly here. So that leads me to think that there is a bridge officer's test in her hand. And if that's the case, if Maggie's able to beat the nothing to lose with a bridge officer's test and complete the mission, that's going to be a disaster for Steve. He has yet to find any of his lock cards yet, or if he's found them, he hasn't played them. So, nope. It looks like Maggie does the math and has decided that it's not possible. So that dilemma will be overcome and stop her. So. Looks like Steve has avoided a narrow miss and there's the first one. So the first lock card has hit the table. Rebecca Sullivan and Strange New Worlds has hit one of Maggie's planets. Gracie Ducat's going to remove 2 of the remaining cards. So all that's left in Maggie's discard pile is a big board cube. And of course, Steve is still not moving forward with a ship or anything. So he's still at least a turn or 2 away from even thinking about attempting. So Maggie takes a couple of draws here, drops a replacement quintessence, as well as a quantum drone and a scout drone. She'll pick them up, fly back, and once again is going to put some pressure on Steve. All right, so Maggie's attempted with 12. There's 2 on her, which puts it to 10. She's revealed the quantum drone, which will reduce Steve further. So it looks like Steve's going to get a draw 9, spend 9 into her 12 people attempting. Of course, 9 though being in space, being a difficult number for the attempting player because it still leaves an outclassed. No, I'm sorry, not an outclassed, but a distress call. Distress call would still be a viable hard play here. So. I think personally the choice by Maggie should have been to go with 11, not 12, and take Steve down to 8. 8 would have been a much more difficult number for him to make combos with. Every point that you give your opponent adds statistical probability that your opponent is going to be able to put some kind of combo together. So it looks like there's a 4 dilemma stack here. Nope, 3 dilemma stack. Oh, correction, it is 4 dilemma. One of the cards was hiding in Maggie's hand. So we've got a clown incarnate followed by a clown guillotine. So it looks like Steve's gonna. Oh, not a clown guillotine. I apologize. No, it is a clown guillotine. I was correct. There is a stop for facing another clown dilemma. Maggie has chosen to interlink before the drone is stopped or dies. Oh boy, I think we know what Maggie's digging for here. All right. All right. Okay, so now there's a 3 consumed from the clown guillotine. Intimidation. Chula Chandra. Wow. 3 power dilemmas revealed on the consume. I mean, That is rough for Steve. No ace and the loss of 3 of his best dilemmas against Maggie's deck. All right, so Steve has chosen to call the exo that Maggie has interlinked in order to try to get the queen available, or try to get, I think, the queen or Locutus. I don't know why. Looks like a random scout drone is killed. Oh, Astro was apparently the call. All right, so the drone fails to meet the attribute requirements, so Steve will get another kill. And it looks like the additional kill is Korok. Of course, while Maggie's facing the dilemma, she could queen swap, but she does have 2 more dilemmas to face yet. All right, Maggie's decided to move on. All right, Dreamers hit the table. All right, Simulated Praise, the remaining dilemma. So right now what we're looking at is that if Maggie solves, the Dreamer won't hit. If Maggie doesn't solve, the Dreamer will hit, but Maggie's hand is not very large right now, so. All right, Locutus dies. All right, Steve has declared there's no additional interrupt discard for a kill. Maggie's saying that while after the selection is made before the kill and she's still facing the dilemma though, she may do a queen swap here. So she's checking, she's reserved the right to do a queen swap before resolving the dilemma. There is of course a window for her to do so after Locutus is killed and before Steve has the opportunity to discard an interrupt, she has an opportunity. And this is a situation where, as far as actual gameplay is concerned, Steve got a little ahead of himself in declaring it. So he's basically communicated to Maggie in this situation what he's going to do, but she still had a window to respond before he would have to make that declaration. So not a terrible mistake on Steve's part, but it is a bit of a faux pas for him that he has signaled to Maggie what his intent is. All right. Yep. Maggie is now explaining to Steve all of her attribute boosts that she has, and she is counting everything up. It looks like nearly all of her Borg are going to be strength +2, strength in numbers, plus an attribute boosting drone, and I believe a strength drone's in there too. So +2 on the +2 on the non-uniques, +3 on the uniques, it looks like. And Steve has already accepted that she has enough attributes and she showed the skills. So the mission is complete and Maggie is up 50-0. So the Dreamer and the Dream. All right. All right. Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. I had to step in, point out the fact that Steve had failed to return his dilemmas and they were clogging the table. All right, Steve takes a couple of draws and it looks like he's going to go ahead and play a improvised modifications. He brings Thomas Riker back into the deck. Gracie Ducat's been declared. Maggie's got a lot of things in the discard pile now, so it looks like Locutus is an easy first choice for him, and probably one of her cheater interrupts at this point. Truth of the matter is, though, is that because Steve was not able to drop a biogenic weapon yet, Maggie is going to have an open window at a planet mission. Although Maggie is running 3 space and 1 planet here, so the only planet that's available to her is the one that requires law right now. So Maggie's shooting a quintessence here. And we'll see. We're going to see what the play is here. Yep, 2 of 9. One would think that the situation that was outlined before for Maggie is exactly what she's going to do. All right. So she'll pitch 2 for the quintessence. Oh, another Locutus hits the discard as well as a computation drone, but she's declaring the 2 of 9 play. Okay, Cascade Virus has been hit. So a second 2 of 9 goes to the discard pile. All right, she plays a 4 of 9, takes a couple of draws, and drops a, looks like it's the topography drone. Sorry, the isotope drone. All right. Maggie is going to fly home, pick them up. And it looks like she's deep in the tank deciding where she wants to go, and she has decided it will be the planet. Okay, she's declared an attempt with 11, and she's showing the quantum drone. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and see here whether or not Steve picks up on this move or if he's going to fall into the trap. Because right now, Steve should literally just draw, spend 0 on dilemmas. And he's done exactly that. All right, board queen. All right, stalling for time has been declared on the board queen. So the board queen's going to bounce. All right. So it looks like Maggie made the valiant effort to try to do that trick, but Steve was ahead of the curve on it. In that situation, what I would have done was actually go to another space mission that I could solve and force Steve to give me the points. Force Steve to throw dilemmas at you or let you have the points for free. So I feel like that's a tactical error on Maggie's part. She gave Steve the opportunity to see through the ruse as opposed to making him pay. .30.5 minutes is what's available on the clock, and the biogenic weapon has now hit the table as well. So Maggie is locked out of that planet mission until she can find a way to get rid of it. And of course, a quick greasy Ducat gets rid of Locutus and the 2 of 9. And he passes the turn back. All right, another quintessence call from Maggie. All right. So for our viewers at home, I've now observed that Maggie does not have another 2 of 9 in her deck. She was only playing with the 2 of them. So it looks like her tactical error in forcing Steve to either give her 50 points or throw her a dilemma has completely backfired in her face at this point. Maggie replays a 7 of 9, another board queen. Of course, the board queen being the one that she had been bounced into her hand. All right, Maggie has made another massive attempt. So Steve's, most of his dilemma pile is going to be in his hand at this point. 9, 10. All right. So it looks like Maggie went with 12. Steve gets to draw 11 and spend 11 because of the quantum drone. And we got a can't use from Steve. There's a few dilemmas in his hand. He's like, oh, that might work. Oh, I'll try it. I think I can try it. All right, so the first dilemma revealed is another clown guillotine. So clown incarnate stop will occur first. Looks like a particular drone has been stopped. And of course, the 3 consumes are still a whiff. Good. All right. All right, we have a result from the Christopher Sonsby Justin Ford game on the lower table. Looks like Christopher Sonsby was able to take a full win, 100-30 over Justin. That puts Chris at 14 victory points on the day and Justin at 11. So congratulations to Chris Sonsby on his round 5 win. Once again, thank you to Jer for being my round 5 assistant here, handling some of the additional TD duties for me, gathering cards and getting results for me. I appreciate that. All right, so the clown guillotine choice kills are what Maggie has searched for. So it looks like we're gonna go shuffle on a choice kill and a kill of a particular skill. And it looks like the unique booster drone has been selected. All right, so another security is being selected here. And it looks like it's gonna be Korok again. So Korok continues to die and live, die and live. All right, here comes an adopted authority as the next dilemma. There's still 2 more to go behind it. All right, so of course, adopted authority does not check printed skill, does not check printed attribute. So because she's got strength boost, it appears that it is 2 stops for the adopted authority. All right, but before we're complete resolution of the dilemma, Maggie is choosing to see whether or not she wants to queen swap, and she is. She is sending out the requisition drone and bringing a booster drone in. Next dilemma is unbelievable emergency. So there'll be 2 random selections. With only 1 headquarters, unbelievable emergency. All right, security again is the call from Steve. And we reveal a security. And 2 security, wow. 2 pulls, both security. That right there was some serious luck. But the Edo probe is going to give Maggie an opportunity to bring something back. And there's a consume 1. All right, so the consume 1 hits another clown guillotine, so another whiff on the ace. And Maggie will have an opportunity to drone swap here if she wants to. So she's going to see if there's anything that she can bring in to try to solve the mission with, but realistically, this mission is buried. So even if she doesn't solve it here, she's solving it next turn. 24.5 minutes remaining on the clock here, so still plenty of time. 7 of 9 still has security though, is what Maggie's pointing out to Steve. All right. Maggie is again pointing out to Steve that she does have an opportunity here for a drone swap, which she's going to take. And she brings another booster drone in, but she is unable to solve the mission. All right. Play passes to Steve's turn here. He still hasn't even attempted a mission. We are 37 minutes into the game and Steve finally drops a ship. Maggie has been absolutely soaking up the clock here, as one should against that deck. Maggie might not be able to get a full win here, but she can absolutely kill the clock against Steve. All right, couple of greasy Ducat removals from Steve. A couple of personnel. And all right, so Steve has a missions attempting team here. I believe he has about 9 personnel in play. It looks like he has actually 11 or 12. Okay, he's not sending everyone. Looks like 2 people are being left behind. Yep, he had 11 personnel in play, and he's attempting with 9. And for those of you at home, it was Rebecca Sullivan and Greasy Ducat who have stayed behind. To answer the question, Brian, if she queen swaps the target, so Unbelievable Emergency does 2 random selections, and then I believe, if I understand the wording on it again, let me just pull it up here. I'm not going to interfere in their game to look at it. So let's just take a look here. So Unbelievable Emergency. Opponent names a skill, and then for each headquarters mention, we randomly select 2 personnel to be stopped. If either of those personnel that is selected has the name skill, that personnel is killed instead. So the action sequence would be that Steve would name the skill. They would check to see how many missions she command, which is 2. So she'll randomly select 2 personnel to be stopped. So that's an action. Once those personnel are stopped, they're no longer eligible to be queen. No longer eligible to be swapped because they're now stopped. And then you would just simply check after the fact for the skill. So Maggie would not be able to queen swap her way out of preventing a kill. She would have to have the prescience to remove that person with a queen swap and try to protect them. So in the interim action, Steve's making an attempt here. And once again, Santos has been 1 in 9 selected to be killed. So once again, Steve is lamenting the fact that both of his 1 in 7 and the 1 in 9 selections of Santos have occurred on camera. He's visibly upset here, very animated, and rightfully so. No one likes to be on the back end of that kind of a luck chance. So it looks like this mission attempt is going to get shut down pretty easily by Maggie. Santos, of course, went to Defiance, so Steve will have it available for possible skill gaining and so forth, but Santos has been removed, and therefore it seems unlikely that Steve will be able to solve this mission this turn. Yeah, Brian, as we were saying, the wording, the way the unbelievable emergency is worded is that there's an action to name a skill, then an action to select a two personnel to be stopped. So it's all one sentence, it's all one action. So those people stop as the action. Once they're stopped, they're no longer eligible for the queen to swap them. So there is no way that she could queen swap that security out. They either have to have the security or they don't. I mean, Steve just got lucky on that. But we've got another adopted authority. Oh man, Maggie's rolling hot right now. Maggie's rolling hot with some random selections here. So for those of you cheering for Maggie at home, luck is absolutely on her side right now. She just 1-9 Santos and she 1-8'd. And she appears to have 1-8'd Steve's only remaining chance at solving the mission by hitting Tuvok, apparently. So this mission is effectively shut down. We're now just in the pillage and plunder. Steve just has to choose somebody to stop, but it's impossible for him to solve the mission now. So, yeah. I apologize. It was not a 1-7. It was a 1-6. 1-6 on the Tuvok stop. So 1-9 followed by a 1-6 on Steve's mission solving personnel. So, and only 2 dilemmas underneath for Maggie against a 9-person attempt. So a definite win for Maggie with 17.5 minutes remaining in the game. All right, a draw and a play of Enterprise J for Maggie, something that she would have liked to have last turn for sure. All right, she just takes a bunch of draws, and that's about it she's going to do. All right, so Maggie's massaging her personnel here, deciding if she wants to possibly run home in order to drop people off and go back and micro team, or if she wants to just roll with the people she's got. Obviously, normally this big Borg deck would just roll with everybody, but Steve buried that mission, so it seems like the smarter player is just to run home, drop some people off, go back and get the solve, and put herself at 100 points, which means that Steve has no other option but to solve a space and a planet, and he has 16 minutes to do it in. All right, hold on a second here. I've got a rules question coming into me. Okay, never mind on that one. I was mistaken on that. So, all right, Maggie's flown home, dropped people off, flown back, declare that she's attempting with equal to or less than the number of dilemmas underneath the mission, and she's now simply showing Steve that she has it. So, all right, so Steve's going to score 5 points off of the Ito probe. All right, but Maggie scores 35 off the Borg side of the mission, of the modal mission. So Maggie is not at 100. I apologize. She is at 85. Of course, though, being at 85 points for her is kind of immaterial at this point. So apparently giving Steve the 5 points is gonna kind of hurt Maggie a little bit here, but I don't know if there's anything left in Maggie's deck that's gonna be able to handle the biogenic weapon here. So I think at this point, Maggie's literally just doing stuff to stall for time, which is exactly what you should be doing. Right now, the clock is very much Steve's enemy. He's got under 15 minutes left in order to try to score a space and a planet mission with the, I think, 9 people that he has remaining in play. The events that Maggie has in play right now is Enterprise J, Quintessence, and Strength in Numbers. Overrun is not in play yet. Normally Overrun would be in play for this deck, but Maggie's been too busy making sure that she's moving forward with her offense that actually matters. And realistically speaking, turning Steve's selections from random into her choice, I don't know that it would have been super relevant in this matchup so far. Yes, Steve got lucky on hitting those security drones, but it was literally, it's too little too late at that point, because she was able to just simply take another turn, kill some clock, go back, auto solve the mission. And Steve's got 13 and a half minutes remaining here to try to solve a space and a planet. The exact point count's not going to matter if Maggie's unable to solve her planet mission. So Steve can mod win here with a planet and a space. So Steve is uncharacteristically moving quickly right now. So I'm being commentator checked from Nipel Van Hans. Bump, commentator is present. All right, so Steve has flown to the other space, flown to a space mission and attempted with 9 on board the ship. All right, I had a question from Chris Onsby about something here, so apologize for the dead air there for a moment. It looks like Maggie is deep in the tank here on a draw 9, spend 9 at space against Steve. We had 10 3/4 minutes remaining in this match here in round 5. Maggie and Steve Nelson are definitely locked in a match here to see if one of them can take second place today. Looking over my left shoulder here to the Mark and Michael Van Breemen game, looks like Mark has 2 missions solved and dilemmas under his 3rd mission, and Michael has 0 missions solved. So Mark is definitely in the lead in that game with 10 minutes remaining. So Mark is definitely trying to fight for some trophy right now. And with Chris defeating Justin, Justin's been knocked out of any sort of hardware consideration. So it looks like the winner, if Mark is able to beat Michael, it looks like Mark will be in trophy contention, and the winner of the Maggie Steve game will be the other trophy winner in addition to Michael's win on today. So once again, congratulations to Michael. It looks like Michael is giving a legitimate fight to Mark over here. It's just, it looks like Mark's dilemma play is top notch right now, as 90 minutes into the game, or 50 minutes into the game, it looks like Mark has one of Michael's missions completely buried, but Michael's not even at that mission trying to attempt it. So I would say that Mark has been apparently skill raping Michael's personnel at this point. So that's simply a guess on my part here, but since I am aware of what Mark's deck does and we've seen it on camera operating, that is my guess, is that Mark has been able to completely pull a particular skill out of Michael's in-play personnel, keeping him at bay. So right now, Mark's in the lead in his matchup, and Maggie's in the lead in her matchup. And we have under 9 minutes to go. All right, so Maggie's taken a few draws, played a few personnel. She's doing some math on what her range ability is here. So she's flown back to her headquarters and is unable to go to her other space mission. So she has passed the turn to Steve with 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go. All right, Steve takes a draw and plays Feast of the Dying for counters 2 through 5. All right, so Santos. Santos and another personnel have been selected to go back into the deck. Okay. Yep. And of course, Feast on the Dying allows you to take those personnel and place them on the top of your deck in any order. So Steve was able to go ahead and just lock his Santos back into play immediately. And he's redeclared another attempt at the space mission. So it looks like another 9-person attempt. So Maggie's on a draw 5, spend 5. Immediately 1 dilemma, 2 dilemmas set to the side. Seven minutes remaining in this matchup, just under 7 minutes now. And I'm with you. I'm with you, John. I think at this point, Maggie has all the legitimate non-stalling things in the world that she can do to run this clock out. I believe Maggie did go first in this match. So if Steve is able to somehow complete this turn under time, he can pass the clock back to Maggie, and Maggie will be able to simply run it out, but Steve will have an additional turn. So Steve's only hope here is to solve this mission and get to the other mission to try to put some dilemmas underneath. All right, so it looks like an in development plus a Night Terrors plus a Flying Comet will end Steve's chances at solving that mission. He's going to quickly greasy Ducat to the top 2 cards away. And he will use his event over there to put the top person, or sorry, Rebecca Sullivan to put the top Maquis personnel under his deck. And the mission is partially buried here. There are 6 dilemmas underneath his space mission, but without a second ship in place, Steve will not be able to micro team, and he will have to face a draw 2, spend 2, most likely. 5.5 minutes remaining in the game. Maggie's weighing her options here. Looks like she's just taken a few draws. And Steve literally has drawn the remainder of his dilemma pile. Who went first in this matchup? Oh, okay. All right, it looks like Steve has to economize time here, just simply decided to let Maggie have the mission if she has it. And I think that Steve's accepted that he is going to be unable to muster any kind of offense here to try to win. Not sure that Steve's aware of the fact that he does get 1 additional turn here, but the way he, when I verified with the players who went first, he simply said, I'm going to let her have this mission. So not exactly sure what's going on here. I think the players might be under the illusion that Maggie can solve 3 spaces for the win here, but that's not the rules. So, but of course, I'm not allowed to interfere in this. If Steve concedes the game, he concedes the game. All right, so Maggie's trying to find her 16 skills. And apparently this alone is going to definitely milk the clock. So Steve should definitely count himself lucky that he did go second, not first in this, in order to have at least one more turn possibly. All right, so it looks like Maggie's been able to show 16 different skills here. And of course, the cunning is not an issue with so many drones, plus a cunning booster, plus I believe there's another couple drones in there. All right, Maggie passes the turn. All right, it appears that Maggie was not able to come up with 16 different skills, so she did not solve the mission. But Steve has a chance here. He's going to attempt with 9, so Maggie will draw 2, spend 2. And she top deck hits a well-prepared defenses. So we'll see if she can end it right here. I mean, Steve's got 2 different ways to try to solve this, so it's going to be really hard to cover all of it with one dilemma. But Maggie are not exactly skill heavy, so there's the possibility that there's a linchpin personnel in there. Of course, more importantly, will be the reality that if she's able to maybe stop someone at the other mission, it looks like Maggie's figured that out as well. And that there is the possibility here that she could find a person that may not stop this mission, but could easily make the next mission way harder. No, John, strength of numbers is still in play. The Enterprise J is what got nuked. All right, so Maggie made a selection on who stops. And it looks like Steve, there was no way she was able to stop Steve from solving this. All right, so with 20 seconds left, Steve was able to pass the turn back to Maggie. So maybe a little bit of a quick play on Maggie's part there. A little bit of a quick play on Maggie's part. She could have taken those additional 20 seconds. And time is called. Time has been called. All right, so yeah, a bit of a. I mean, Maggie's back is to the clock, and Steve is facing the clock. So Steve was acutely aware of exactly what the time was, and he was literally looking over her shoulder as she was looking through the people. Maggie definitely had another 20 seconds that she could have milked out of that with who she selected, and then also taking her time and choosing the strength and numbers here. But of course, Maggie's an honest competitor, and with her back to the clock, she wasn't aware that how close that was. So, all right. So, yeah, Steve is unable to put a second chip on the table here. All right, so Steve's still drawing cards, and he was able to play a couple of personnel, but no ship. So he will be able to pick everybody up though and get to his planet mission, I believe. I believe that Thomas Riker is in play, so he'll get the range boost in order to fly there. Well, I'll be honest with you, John and Brian, I don't think that Maggie's not going to be concerned about milking the clock and being dirty that way. It really was more of a Steve pressuring her in that situation, moving quickly, that he was able to get that off. But I mean, there was definitely plenty of wiggle room on Maggie's part, but unfortunately, the reality of how we had to be set up here at the tournament, the clock is visible to half the competitors and not to half of them unless they turn around. But the clock is visible to anyone who wants to turn around and look or ask the judge. So that is always the case. The clock doesn't have to be visible. It can be visible, but you are always able to call a time check from the judge. So whether there's a visible clock or not, it doesn't matter. So I completely disagree with you, John, on that. Your opinion that this is bad form, because you can always call for a time check. So whether we have a visible clock or not, it doesn't matter. And I am not happy with your insinuation there. So I think you can take that opinion and just bury it. Not all variables can be accounted for in these games. If the information is equally available to all players, it's equally available to all players. A big consideration is that since I am both also running the event and TDing it and commentating, it's also easier for me to be able to have a clock that I can look at a moment's glance. So there's also other considerations in play here. So what's more important here is that the information on time is available to all the players with the turn of their head. So all right, just so you know, John, Chris right now is actually checking the OB guide on the issue, but the position of literally everyone here in the hall when I just asked everyone here who's not involved in the game right now that in a time tournament, the right to an OP, a right to a time check just seems natural. And if it's not on the OP guide, it should be. So at worst, this is something that should be addressed in the OP guide. But when you're in a timed tournament, a right to a clock check, I believe, should be assumed if it's not in the guide. So Chris has just handed me a copy of what the current rules on timing are, and it is according to the OP guide. There is nothing specifically outlining the right to a time check, but in a timed game, all players are allowed to know the same information. So that is an implication that if a player wants to know what the game situation is, they are allowed to have that information. So it's not specifically addressed, but not all things in the OP guide are going to be specifically addressed. You can't cover everything in the OP guide. And so there has to be some inference available. So John, you are technically correct that there is no called out specifically enumerated right to a time check. But if you would like to operate a tournament where a player is not allowed for a time check, you're welcome to do so. And I'll be there to say that that's ridiculous. So just so we're clear on this matter, I kind of feel like you've called me out on something saying that I was not allowed to do that or not able to do that. So I think the call outs are kind of occurring in both directions here. So anyway, Steve is moving through the game here, wasted enough time on this little side issue. He's made an attempt. Timescape is locking him out of a duel. Pillage and Plunder has made a stop. Steve does have the attributes to try to solve the mission, and he is checking the skills. All right. Steve was able to secure the mod win. All right, so Steve has decided to go ahead now and attempt for a full win here. Of course, time was called quite a while ago, and so we are definitively in bonus time here. And so Steve is making a last-ditch attempt here at a full win. And Maggie's going to do the best that she can in order to stop him. Looks like Maggie has quite a few dilemmas at her disposal here to try to check for him, or to try to check him up. And while we wait for Maggie to make her selections here, we're going to go ahead and take a momentary pause to thank another one of our final round sponsors, the Bank of Boleus. Don't trust your money with just anyone. Trust your money with us. Not a member of the FDIC, not affiliated with the Orion Syndicate. Accounts with the Bank of Boleus are subject to random securities and exchange auditing. Bank of Boleus, your money could go anywhere from here. All right, so Maggie's definitely got some options here, and it looks like she's going to lay down a 3 or 4 card combo. So this is going to be really tough for Steve to get through. Oh, all right. Looks like the first dilemma is a morphogenic virus. Yep, the game situation here is that here in the final moments, Maggie was locked out of being able to solve her one planet mission. So Maggie was able to get to 85 points, but they were all space points. She did not complete TCS, but it was immaterial if Steve was able to solve a space and a planet, which he did. So Steve has locked up the mod win here on a space planet. Maggie gets a Pyrrhic victory here at the end of the game by killing Grisou Ducat. And we have a simple anthro or science stop. Sorry, anthro or med stop. All right, Steve was unable to pull out the full victory, but he does get a mod win with a 0 victory point score since so. All right, so a +0 to Steve on the differential as he wins 85 to 85 mod. So congratulations to Steve for a well-fought victory there, and a hearty good job to Maggie there for really giving it a real go there. So this concludes the Star Trek 2nd Edition North American Continentals for 2022 here in Roseville, Minnesota. I am your announcer, Kevin Yeager, aka Hostrone on the boards. If you have any questions and so forth, or want to reach out to me, you can do so through private message on the boards. Feel free to comment as well in the North American Continentals thread in the tournament forum. But again, it looks like Michael Van Breemen has locked up this championship and will be receiving his first place trophy here very soon. And right now, Jeremy Benedict is entering the results and will soon here give me an answer as to our top 3 placing. You're welcome, Adam. I do appreciate that. I've been having a wonderful time myself doing this, reliving my glory days in college as a radio DJ and sports announcer. All right, so a little post-game chat here with Maggie. I'm going to have Maggie step over here with me. I will do the talking for both of us because I don't have a microphone for her right now. But so Maggie, a second ago, you just said to me, you were aware exactly of what the time was. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, yeah. So Maggie says that she was fully aware of what the time was and simply chose to be the sport about it and give Steve a proper opportunity there to go for a win.
No, I was running the clock out.
All right.
You count those skills like 5 times.
I did, Maggie. I totally saw you count those skills 5 times, but you were aware of the fact that it was 20 seconds that you were short on, right? Okay. Because that's what the issue is here, is that is that the chat was a little upset that you didn't milk the clock a little bit more than you did. And I simply said in response that I felt like that it was a very sporting move on your part to really not be concerned about the clock and move at a quick pace. And then we had an issue here in the chat room about whether or not players have a right to call for a time check. And I said that all players have a right to a time check and they should have the right to a clock. We've had a clock posted for everyone to be able to check the time. And just with the turn of your head, you have that information available to you. And of course, we check the OP guide. And as the tournament director, I am required to give one minimum time requirement to all players, but there's literally nothing in there about whether or not I am required to give any more information than that. But as a longtime player of many different card games myself, I would say that when you're talking about a game that is timed, that information should be available to all players at all times. Hence the reason why we've put up a large clock for everyone to see. Do you agree or disagree with that
No, I
statement?
agree. And
So here's the other thing. I went first. I knew I went first. And as soon as Steve finished his second to last turn, right before the clock ended, that was all there was to it. Like he was going to get his extra turn anyway. So it was not an issue. No, the real issue was me making a ginormous fuck up in mid game. And that was that sealed the deal. So
Right. And so basically what, as I commented in the game and tried to make sure that I was soft enough that neither player could hear it, was that you had the moment where it was, do you go to space or do you go to the planet? Prior to any of the events coming down, you chose to go to the planet. Steve, you should have gone to the space.
yes, I should have gone to the space.
Right. So basically in that situation, you would have then probably convinced Steve to be able to, you have to throw dilemmas or just give you a free 50 point, 35 points or whatever. And he was not going to be able to resist that temptation. You get 2 of 9 into play, and then you're able to keep your planet mission open.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And as soon as I said I'm going to the mission, I'm like, wait, he's just not going to give me any dilemmas because he knows that I can't complete. So as soon as I went there, I'm like, this is stupid, but no take backsies. Michael Moskop, right? Remember? No take backsies.
All right. Hey, great shout out to Mike Moskop. Hopefully Mike will be able to watch this later. And if not, I'm sure you can cajole him to watch that game later on. So, all right. So thank you so much for joining me there, Maggie, and providing some insight and explanation into what happened during that sequence of events. And again, I applaud you on such a well fought battle there, but it looks like you're going to come up just a little bit short. But congratulations on at least putting yourself in position today for a first or second place. So good job. All right. That's Maggie Geppert, former chairwoman of our CC, in a hard-fought game that you just all watched on TV. So again, I'm going to check in with Jeremy Benedict here so we get some final results. Okay, so it looks like we have some additional questions going on here with the results. Just making sure that we are dotting our I's and crossing our T's with the earned by issue. Apparently the earned by issue is again, interfering with how the computer is tabulating some results here. So I'm gonna let Jeremy and Chris and Maggie sort this out, and I'll continue to talk with you guys live. Any questions in the chat, go ahead and type them in now and I'll address them to the best of my ability. If you guys want any additional thoughts or insights. Okay, Chris has just informed me that an additional reason why they're taking some time is that the computer is having difficulty resolving the fact that there's a three-way car wreck at the 14 victory points level. So Jeremy is doing some serious due diligence over there and double checking the handwritten results against the computer. How did Mark and MVB turn out? Okay, full modified. Okay, so I got an update on the Mark and MVB outcome. It looks like Mark got a win, but it was a modified win, and it is that modified win which has created this 3-car pileup at the 14 victory point level. So again, I've got Jeremy, Maggie. Right. So as Chris and I are agreeing on here, is the reality is that apparently all 3 of those players are in contention for the second and third place trophy. So we are absolutely going to make sure that we have all the brain power possible here, verify these results. I've got Jeremy, Chris, and Maggie Geppert all handling it for me while I continue to broadcast to you live. Yeah, so Giorgio, Maggie definitely had, she had event destruction in the deck. She had her opportunity to try to keep, Steve's events under control, give herself more of a window to try to solve her planet mission. But Steve had just enough cryo cascade viruses to keep 2 of 9 in check. And Greasy Ducat. The mistakes that Maggie made in that game was that the first 2 of 9, she didn't wait to play it until she had the ability to go out and attempt and do the drone swap. She should have done that on the first mission attempt. She should have just held 2 of 9 and simply waited to play him until the turn that she would go out and attempt the first space mission. Because if she does that, then she has 2 of 9 in play to threaten whatever event that Steve plays first. And then when she tries to bring him out a second time, it's more of the same thing. So as long as she's able to make an attempt on the same turn that she's able to bring 2 of 9 into play, then she'd be able to queen swap the drone in, and Steve's not going to be able to just let her walk through the mission, because that's a free 50 points and puts him too far behind. So the strategic error in the game for Maggie that she fully acknowledged here moments ago is that she should have, one, waited on playing 2 of 9 the first time, and then second time she should have gone to the space mission, not the planet mission, because then that forces Steve to decide whether or not he just gives her points or not. And so, all right. So we've got a very interesting and lively discussion occurring between Maggie, Jer, and Chris right now about what the computer's telling them and what their hand results are telling them. So all right, gentlemen, do we have a final result here? All right, I got a thumbs up. So what do we got? Are those in order? All right, so Jeremy has put the results in, and we're just double checking them. All right. Yep. It looks like that's exactly the way it is. So, all right, for those of you playing at home, it looks like Michael Van Breemen, as I said before, is your winner today. With his modified victory there in that final round, Steve Nelson will take second. And Maggie, for all of her valiant effort today, will be rewarded with a 3rd place. Unfortunately for Mark, that means that he falls to 4th and out of trophy contention because he wasn't able to pull the full win, but only a modified win. That leaves Chris Sons to be in 5th, Justin Ford in 6th, Jeremy in 7th, and our drop, Keith, will fall to 8th. Thank you, everybody, for watching today. Appreciate all of you being with me today to watch all 4 rounds that we had live. This is Kevin Yeager, aka Hostrone, signing off here from Roseville, Minnesota.
Became nice things like with people pitching it. What the fuck is this? Right. I'm getting this story. Pitching at me for like on one day for like you can do the calls, and I don't agree with that too. And down today bitching at me for like just being that something. It's like you're not even here. Like I think you have a right to bitch. And then here's the thing. So right before John left, he wrote, "Hey, I'm just saying that I don't like that you called me out specifically. You know, I just thought I'd make a comment and was like trying to be a friendly troll." And I'm like, there's no such thing, dickhead. You don't like go into a thing and troll the person and troll them and think they're like, oh, like, screw over. Make nothing that makes sense to me. You fell. So in this case, because, you know, if you're going to enjoy it, means so I feel bad that you didn't even play it. If we're going to what the red thing, that's what we checked it there at the end sourly. How long? Not at all. I have to. Right up until that moment, I had nothing but fun. It was like, not everything goes smoothly in life, so I'm not gonna get upset about it. What's happening? I got strong, it's strong. Especially in the morning. It's not feeling good. That's kind of been this recurring issue for me. I wake up in the morning. I don't know why, but like the worst part of my day is like hours before I wake up. And then I just kind of slowly get stronger as the morning goes on, and then at like 10 o'clock I hit my stride, and that's happening again today. So that's the reason why I wasn't too concerned. It's like I'll show up. And I met that in but they used to pull your punch. No doubt. You want me to do the like your prize? Yeah, please. Because this weekend. Here, a big round of applause for Kevin for all of us. You are welcome. I do it for the community. I did it. And Rob, yeah, Mark, you'll see him before I will. So once you grab it, so here, Mark. Here's another thing that he's supposed to get. I also played technically for one round. Again, thank you, Maggie, for the use of your computer. Had no problems, no hiccups, no issues. And that worked. My headset apparently worked great. Apparently they were saying that it was louder than